Um, Good morning, everyone. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone for being here today. I am Leo Sanchen, Chair of the Public Utilities Commission, and also in attendance are Commissioners Naomi Kawaye and Colin Yos. This is an evidentiary hearing for Public Utilities Commission docket number 2019-0117 relating to Young Brothers LLC's request for a general rate increase and certain tariff changes originally filed on June 5th, 2019. This proceeding has been modified by Young Brothers' request for emergency or temporary rate relief, which was filed on July 7th, 2020, and granted through order number 37280, issued on August 17, 2020. As a condition to approving emergency and temporary rate relief, Young Brothers was instructed to undergo a management audit, which was filed on September 9, 2021. Pursuant to the management audit's recommendations, Young Brothers agreed to a 2-year rate case stay-out period. As a result, the scope of this proceeding has narrowed to focus on Young Brothers' cost of service model, as set forth in pre-hearing conference order number 40134, issued August 1st, 2023. The issues to be addressed at this evidentiary hearing are: 1, what is the appropriate deck space adjustment factor for allocating Young Brothers' voyage expense allocations? And 2, whether the YB_BIP model version 4 should be used to determine Young Brothers' revenue requirement or only for rate design purposes. This is not a public hearing. The Commission is here to receive evidence from the parties to this docket and will issue a written decision shortly following this hearing. At this time, I do want to introduce a few of our staff that are in the room. Our Chief Counsel, Carolyn Ishida, our Supervising Attorney, Mark Kaetsu. I believe we have, I'll go this way, I just go in order as I see them. Carolyn Laborte, our Chief Auditor. Grace Ralph, our Chief of Policy and Research. And back here is Andrew Okabe running the live stream, along with David Richmond, who is our Government Affairs analyst, as well as our Interim Communications Officer. In the back there, we have Anand Santani, our Supervising Economist. Is that everyone here? That's the folks from our side in the room. We are live streaming this hearing so the public may observe. This will also serve as a recording for later transcription by a court reporter. Thus, it is critical that you speak clearly so that members of the public watching the live stream and the court reporter who will be doing the transcription can clearly hear you. Details on how to view the live stream on the Commission's YouTube page were filed in the docket on August 29, 2023. If a party would like an official transcribed copy of the hearing, please make the necessary arrangement directly with the court reporter. We will inform you on who that court reporter is. The Commission will have a copy of the written transcript when filed, available for public review upon request. The Commission will upload a copy of the original transcript onto its CDMS, our case and document management system, following the issuance of its decision and order addressing this matter. As noted in the Commission's pre-hearing conference order filed on August 1st, 2023, the provisions set forth in this pre-hearing conference order shall govern the evidentiary hearing. So can we now turn to appearances for parties' representatives, beginning with Young Brothers, followed by the Consumer Advocate.
Good morning, Chair Asuncion, Commissioner Kawaye, Commissioner Yos, Commission staff, Jeff Ono appearing on behalf of Young Brothers. With me at council table is David Nakashima and Kendrick Chang. Immediately behind council table are representatives of QSI Young Brothers Consultant. We have Mike Starkey in the middle, he's in the middle, Warren Fisher over on the right, Gus Ancom on the left. Also present, Young Brothers President and CEO Jay Anna, Chris Nakagawa, Vice President and General Counsel, and then I'm going to just name everybody else there. David Veltri, Ashley Cooper, Corey Robertson, Lauren Imada, Ashley Kishimoto. Did I miss anybody? I think that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Mr. Booth.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Commission staff. Scott Boone appearing on behalf of the Consumer Advocate. With me to my immediate left is our consultant in both cases, Dr. Carl Pavlovic. And then immediately behind me from our office is Michael Angelo, our Executive Director, as well as Dean Nishina, our Public Utilities and Transportation Officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Thank you to the parties. As noted in the pre-hearing conference, in lieu of opening statements or direct examination, the parties were given the opportunity to file a summary of their positions on the hearing issues and relevant portions of their witnesses' testimony. As such, we will proceed directly with cross-examination. The Commission appreciates the parties' efforts to maintain the transparency of the hearing by their questioning of witnesses in a manner that will not publicly disclose information filed under confidential seal. The Commission does not intend to close any portion of this hearing unless, pursuant to Oahu Publications, Inc. versus On, 1, the closure serves a compelling interest. 2, there is a substantial probability that, in the absence of closure, this compelling interest would be harmed. And 3, there are no alternatives that would adequately protect the compelling interests. Before we begin, a few housekeeping matters. From time to time, I may call a brief recess or conferences with counsel up here at the bench. 2, we will be taking breaks in the proceeding at my discretion, as well as a 1-hour break for lunch between approximately noon and 1 p.m. This hearing is scheduled to adjourn for the day at 4:30 p.m. However, I may extend the hearing beyond 4:30 p.m. in my discretion. A reminder to witnesses, please speak slowly and clearly, and please respond to questions verbally so that the live stream can capture your response. For both witnesses and counsel, please avoid talking over or interrupting each other so that each person's questions or statements can be clearly heard by the commissioners, commission staff, and the live stream. Reminders to counsel. As stated in the pre-hearing conference order, the parties do not need to provide hard copies of hearing exhibits to the commission or to each other at the evidentiary hearing. As an examining party will identify an exhibit let me take that over. An examining party will identify an exhibit they are using to question a witness, but a title of the exhibit and the date it was filed in the Commission's case and document management system, so that the Commission and the non-examining party can refer to the exhibit using their own materials. While examining a witness about an exhibit, the examining party should allow for a short amount of time before beginning questioning for the other party to locate their respective copy of the exhibit. This does not apply to exhibits reflecting new information which has not been previously produced to the other party. In the event a party attempts to offer into evidence a document that has not been previously disclosed to the Commission or other party, the admittance of said document shall be the subject to the prevent manifest injustice standard set forth in Hawaii Administrative Rules, Section 16-601-37B. As noted in the pre-hearing conference order, the opportunity for redirect examination and recross examination shall be requested orally during the hearing and is subject to my discretion. And maybe this part, we're going to try to put everything into context to make sure that we're all on the same page, because a lot has happened in this docket. So let me just go review through some of the procedural matters that we recently addressed in our recent order number 40214. On August 30th, 2023, the Commission issued order number 40214, which addressed several outstanding procedural pre-hearing issues. The Commission briefly recites them here to confirm everyone's understanding of them as we begin the hearing. 1, consolidation of dockets numbers 2019-0117 and 2020-0135. The Commission unsuspended docket number 2020-0135 and consolidated it into docket number 2019-0117. 2, the burden of proof regarding the consumer advocate's revenue crediting approach. The Commission clarified that, given the context of this rate case proceeding, Young Brothers, as the utility applicant, bears the burden of proof as to the reasonableness of its proposed YB_BIP costs of service model, but that the consumer advocate must also present credible evidence in support of its alternate revenue crediting proposal. 3, consumer advocate substitution of witness. The consumer advocate was granted permission to name one replacement witness for Mr. Michael Brosh. By joint letter filed on September 1st, 2023, the consumer advocate has clarified that Dr. Carl Pavlovic, is that correct? Thank you. Will be substituting for Mr. Brosh, and that any references to Mr. Dean Nishina as a sponsoring witness for materials originally sponsored by Mr. Brosh should now be considered sponsored by Dr. Pavlovic. 4, Young Brothers motion to strike. Young Brothers requested that certain portions of the consumer advocate's pre-hearing briefing relating to the management audit report performed by Monroe Tulloch and references to the YB_BIP allocations that were part of settlement negotiations be stricken. The Commission ruled that to the extent the consumer advocate intended to rely on portions of the management audit report's findings, Young Brothers should be permitted to cross-examine the auditor and/or members of his team. Accordingly, the Commission instructed the consumer advocate to make the auditor and/or members of his team available for cross-examination. Regarding references to matters that arose during settlement negotiations, the Commission instructed the parties to meet to determine if there is a meeting of the minds as to the partial settlement and certain portions of the consumer advocate's pre-hearing briefing. By joint letter filed on September 1st, 2023, the parties confirmed that the consumer advocate will not be calling the auditor or any of his team as a witness, and that the parties stipulate that any reference to or reliance on the management audit report in the consumer advocate's pre-hearing briefing shall be stricken from the record. The parties also confirmed that they have a meeting of the minds regarding the partial settlement and are prepared to proceed with the hearing. The Commission interprets this as meaning that the parties have confirmed their mutual understanding of what the partial settlement covers and does not cover, and what may be addressed at the hearing. Relatedly, as the joint letter does not refer to striking any portion of the consumer advocate's pre-hearing briefing based on its reference to specific allocations in Young Brothers' proposed cost of service model that the parties have already settled, and the commission assumes that any such references remain part of the record. Number 5, on August 23, 2023, Young Brothers filed a letter identifying a list of evidentiary materials for the hearing. On August 30th, Young Brothers filed another letter clarifying that these were materials it may seek to admit into evidence at the hearing, but that Young Brothers was not seeking to admit into the record before the hearing. Order number 40214, also filed on August 30th, acknowledged these materials and determined that certain materials may be admissible, provided that Young Brothers identify a sponsoring witness for them and allow for cross-examination by the consumer advocate. On September 1st, 2023, Young Brothers filed a letter identifying Michael Starkey as a sponsoring witness for 14 of the previously identified materials. The commission notes that Mr. Starkey has been identified as one of Young Brothers' witnesses who will be present for cross-examination at this hearing. Accordingly, to the extent Young Brothers may seek to admit any of these 14 materials into the record during this hearing, the commission is inclined to grant this request, provided the consumer advocate has the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Starkey on the underlying material. So with that, is this summary of the pre-hearing issues addressed by order number 40214 consistent with the parties' understanding? Or if you guys have any questions or objections?
Yeah,
Mr. Ono.
Generally, we're okay with what you just read into the record, Chair. Just one addition, by agreement with the consumer advocate agreed to strike from the record the references to the YB-BIP allocations on pages 17 and 18 of their summary of outstanding issues. Am I correct in my understanding, Mr. Boone?
I'm sorry, Chair. If I can have a brief moment to confirm. Thank you, Chair, for that time. Our understanding was that that was not part of our initial agreement. However, in the interest of promoting efficiency, we're okay with those references. I believe there's 7 items on pages 18 and 19 of our summary of outstanding issues. We're okay with those being stricken from the record as well.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, let us now begin with the cross-examination of Young Brothers witnesses. So will Mr. Michael Starkey please stand and identify himself, and I will administer you the oath. Mr. Starkey, do you affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Starkey. If you could, right up here. Okay. We'll begin with cross-examination by the consumer advocate, which will be followed by questions from commission counsel and then individual commissioners. Mr. Booth?
Thank you, Chair. And before I start, just one quick admin note. Our executive director may it's during the hearing to attend to other matters, but I just wanted everybody to be aware of that. And good morning, Mr. Starkey.
Good morning, Mr. Boone.
It's good to see you again.
You as well.
For the record today, I would like to refer to Young Brothers LLC as YB. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
The first thing I want to take a look at is your witness summary filed August 16th, 2023 in docket number 2019-0117.
I have that. 1 second.
Thank you.
Okay.
And if you could please turn to page 9 of your summary.
All right. I'm there.
Thank you. And I want to take a look at footnote 9 on page 9. Excuse me, footnote 18.
Okay.
And if you could just review that quickly.
All right. I've done so.
Thank you. And so footnote 18 references 2 types of cargo. Is that correct?
I'm taking a second because I think it just references automobiles. Am I missing one?
So the way I read footnote 18, I believe it references a deck space allocation factor of 4.5 for non-stackable cargo other than automobiles, and then a 1.5 for automobiles. Is that correct?
I apologize. I was looking at footnote 16. So I apologize. Let me read 18 real quick.
Thank you.
Okay. I see it.
And just out of curiosity, so there's two types of cargo that are referenced in footnote 18, correct?
Just read it really quickly. A barge specifically designed to carry automobiles. I don't believe so. It really references only automobiles.
Okay, so I'm looking at footnote 18, the second line there. It refers to number 4.5. Do you see that?
Are you referring to the point where it says non-stackable cargo other than automobiles?
Correct.
I apologize. Yeah, so it's everything else and then automobiles, everything else that can't be stacked.
And just out of curiosity, that first reference, the 4.5 for non-stackable cargo other than automobiles, do you have a shorter name for that, or how do you refer to that type of cargo?
I think for our purposes, we can refer to that as, well, I mean, it's non-stackable, non-auto.
Okay.
I'm not sure we can do it shorter. It includes a whole host of different types of commodities.
So in those 2 categories, you have your non-stackable, non-auto, and then you have your automobiles. And is it your understanding that those are the 2 categories that are at issue with respect to the deck space allocation factors?
I would just add one more, which is the platform. So a platform is a flat, think of it as a container without sides and a top. It's just a flat platform. And you can either drive an automobile onto it or you can put other types of cargo on it. That is stackable, but only on the top of a stack. And so a deck space adjustment factor is applied to it to recognize that it can only be stacked on top. So I think for your question, we have 3 types. We have non-stackable, that's at issue in this case. We have automobiles, which are non-stackable, but a subset. And then we have platforms, which are stackable, but only in a limited way.
And then in those platforms, it's divided up into 3 categories, correct?
By footage, right? A 20-foot, a 24-foot, and then a 40-foot.
Okay. And so I guess the first question would be, why aren't those platform cargo types referenced here in footnote 18?
You see what footnote 18 refers to. I assume because they're stackable, and in this particular footnote, we were just trying to differentiate between automobiles and other non-stackable cargo.
Understood. Let's go to YB's responses to the PUC's IRs. This was filed August 24, or excuse me, August 21st, 2023.
Okay, I have those.
And the first one I want to take a look at is the response to PUC YBIR 126.
Okay, I'm there.
You're a little bit quicker than me.
No, take your time.
Okay, so I'm looking at attachment 1 of the response to IR 126.
Okay.
And did you sponsor this attachment?
I did.
And just going down, you see there are 6 rows identified with commodity descriptions.
Yes.
And can you just confirm that the conversation we've been having refers to rows 2 through 6, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain how the DSA factor, so I'm looking at the second column, is determined for the 20-foot platforms?
Sure. And it's the same for all 3 of the platforms. It's just they differ by the length and hence the revenue tonnage. Revenue tonnage is a measure of volume that's basically 40 cubic feet. So everything that is shipped in YB is measured in some form of revenue tons, the volume it encompasses. So a 20-foot platform is less revenue tons in general than a 40-foot platform because it's smaller. So the deck space adjustment factor is calculated for all 3 platforms in the same way. We go into the freight and container equipment system, which is YB's system that tracks all equipment, all shipments. Really, it's its overarching business operations platform. And we identify the number of platforms shipped, the number of pieces on those platforms, and then the revenue tonnage associated with those platforms. We calculate an average revenue tonnage per platform and then compare that to the revenue tonnage of a 20-foot container, such that if that platform displaces a 20-foot container, we then gross it up to the amount of the 20-foot container that could have been put there. So that's true for the 20-foot platform. For the 40-foot platform, it's compared to a 40-foot container and the revenue tonnage that's displaced in that way. Same for the 24-foot platform, but as you can see, there just aren't very many of those.
And you mentioned the freight and container equipment. I don't know if you call it a program
System.
and that's referred to as FACE.
True.
Okay. Now, and is it okay if I refer to the deck space allocation as a DSA?
Sure.
So the DSA factors for these 3 platforms, that number is determined differently as compared to your final 2 rows there, correct?
Correct. It is because it is stackable, but not fully stackable.
And then going back up to the header of this attachment 1, it refers to the last line there. It says data TTM June 30, 2023. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So every time we run the model, we track the data that's in it. This data is trailing 12-month as of June 30th, 2023. So it's going to be the 12 months preceding June 30th, 2023. So this is annual data as of that date.
And so that trailing 12-month data is what gets evaluated when you determine your DSA factors for your platforms?
I'm going to refer to the model as YB-BIP, which stands for Young Brothers Business Intelligence Platform. YB-BIP calculates those factors every time you put data in it. So if we ran trailing 12-month at the end of July, or at the end of August, just a few days ago, then it would have recalculated those based on the statistics of the last 12 months. So whatever data you put into it, it calculates that from live real data.
And are you generally aware that the parties entered into a partial stipulated agreement in November of last year?
Yes.
And so as part of that agreement, are you aware that a version of the YB-BIP was also, also included?
Yes, I believe it included end of year 2022 was the stipulated version, if I remember correctly.
And do you recall what data set was used to inform that version of the model?
I think it was, if I'm working from memory, but I believe it was end of year 2022. So it would have been the 12 months of 2022.
So fair to say it would have been different than the trailing 12 months used for attachment 1 here?
Right. It would have 6 months of more current data, and then it would have lopped off the first 6 months of 2022.
Do you recall if the DSA factors for these 3 platforms differs from what was submitted in November as part of the stipulated settlement agreement?
I'm sure it does. The purpose of this, I mean, the whole purpose of YB-BIP is to use the most current and extensive information available to calculate in real time what the best statistic is. So given that we're using different data in terms of the time frame, yeah, my guess is that they would be different. Not substantially different. I'd be surprised if they were substantially different.
Thank you. Let's turn to PUC YB-IR 127. And specifically, I'm looking at page 3.
Okay.
And so for the record, this is the same part of that document that was filed previously in addition to YB-IR 126, correct?
This was part of our responses to the PUC's information request. Is that what you mean?
Thank you. Okay, so I want to look at this chart at the top of page 3 here. And first thing I want to do is, can you just explain what went into that baseline calculation that's provided in the first row?
Sure. That would have been a run of the model exactly as I believe exactly as it was with trailing 12-month 2023 data.
And when you say exactly as it was, that's per the version of YB-BIP that was agreed upon by the parties?
Yeah, so let's distinguish 2 things. There's the version of the model, which is all the algorithms and inputs and assumptions. That's what we call version 4 in the current version. And then there's the data that goes into it. And so you'll get different results from the same model if you put different data in. Seems obvious, right? So this is version 4, but with trailing 12-month 2023 data. When we originally discussed with the CA during the negotiation process, we had end of year 2022 data. So the numbers will differ a little bit, but the model is the same.
And so just like our prior conversation with the response to IR 126, the data that was fed into the model is different than what it would have been when the parties agreed.
Yes, and it always will be. As data in the system changes, as data in the company changes, it will update the model because the operations of the company change, the cargo volumes change. It's intended to capture whatever you're asking it to capture this year or a different year.
And then just so I understand, looking at scenario 1, when you drop down from 4.5 to 4.0, what actually changed with the system?
So just to sort of be pragmatic about it, what we did is we went in, there's a report. So YB-BIP is an enormous database, and such that we can, and with associations, it's a SQL database, so with associations between different data elements. And so what YB-BIP does is it takes those with certain assumptions and inputs and algorithms and adds intelligence to it. It answers questions that you might have. YB-BIP, when you generally see it in an Excel framework, is a series of reports from the overarching system. So report 15,000 is the summary table. It gives you all of the high-level details associated with that model run. There are other reports. Report 16101 is where you input things like the deck space adjustment factor. So for all non-stackable cargo other than automobiles, it was set at the current proposed setting of 4.5. We just moved that down to 4. What that does is it goes into the model and it says, okay, if before you were assuming to take up the whole stack of 4.5 and those revenue tons associated with it, now you're only assumed to take up 4 of those 4 20-foot equivalents of those revenue tons. So it reduced the amount of tonnage, which reduces the cost allocation to those non-stackable pieces of cargo.
And just so I can clarify, so we've talked about 3 kind of categories of cargo. You had your platforms, you had your non-stackable, non-auto, and then you have your auto, correct?
Correct. I don't want to quibble, but remember, platforms are stackable,
Mhm.
right? So you got platforms, non-stackable, and then non-stackable auto.
And so I believe what you said is when you drop down from the baseline to scenario 1, all you're doing there is adjusting the non-stackable, non-auto from 4.5 to 4.0.
That's what the model will do when it does the calculations. Yes, it will go out and it will find only those that have a deck space adjustment factor higher than 4, and it will reduce those to 4. So anything that's below 4 won't be impacted by that particular scenario.
And so just for clarity, so the platforms aren't adjusted in scenario 1 and neither are the automobiles, correct?
Correct.
And then kind of the same question, stepping down scenario 2, that's the same situation, right? You're just adjusting the non-stackable non-auto now from 4.0 in scenario 1 down to 3.5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the same all the way down to through scenario 5 and 6, correct?
It's true all the way down, but there is something, scenario 7 is a little bit more complicated.
Okay, so you're jumping ahead of me, and that's good. So, okay, walk me through scenario 7 then.
So scenario 6, or so small on mine, I can barely see. So scenario 6 is 1.5. So at 1.5, all automobiles stay where they are on our default inputs. So there's no impact on the scenario. So the model goes out and says, my new deck space adjustment factor is 1.5. All autos are already set there. So there's no financial impact associated with reducing it to 1.5. When you reduce to 1, then all of those automobiles are adjusted downward from 1.5 to 1, and there are a lot of automobiles. And so that's where you see, if you go to the very far right side of that table, which is really the most pertinent piece of information, it's the net change from the baseline, and it's the change in total intrastate cost. And so in scenario 6, from the other 6 changes, we only had a negative reduction of about 152, 562. When we drop from 1.5 to 1 and all automobiles are impacted, you see a much larger drop down to a total reduction of about 403, 831. So it's just in scenario 7 where autos are impacted for the first time.
And in addition to autos, aren't the platforms impacted for the first time there as well?
It's a good point. They would be because they're all below 1.5.
Okay. Just going back to, sorry to make you flip back, but let's go back to that attachment 1 to PUC YBIR 126.
Okay.
And this is just more for clarity. But, and sorry, as I'm trying to find it, the DSA factors for the platforms, there's one that is above 1.5, correct?
You're right. 20-foot platforms in the second row, there is 1.6. So that's true.
But just so we understand what was done in 127, that didn't get adjusted until you hit that seventh scenario, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Any deck space adjustment factor that is larger than the scenario input, 1.52, would get adjusted as you go lower than that input.
And again, this is a minor point, but then this scenario 6, you didn't adjust the DSA factor for the 20-foot platforms from 1.6 to 1.5?
We did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, anything that we did a default across the board 1.5, and that would have impacted everything that had a deck space adjustment factor larger than 1.5, including 20-foot platform.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Chair. Currently, I have no further questions for Mr. Starkey, but because of the way those 14 exhibits that were mentioned at the beginning of this hearing are kind of in limbo, I would ask either that they be admitted now, or if they're admitted later, that Mr. Starkey be subject to recall so we can cross-examine him on whatever else is entered. Sorry, just for the record, I believe council was asking for clarification. So my understanding is that there are potentially 14 new exhibits that Mr. Starkey may, or that has been identified. My understanding is that those exhibits have not been entered by Young Brothers at this point in time. And so I have no further questions for Mr. Starkey based off the record thus far. But if those exhibits are admitted later on, I would ask that he be subject to recall so we can cross-examine him on whatever is entered.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. No further questions then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boone. Your counsel?
Morning, Mr. Starkey.
Good morning.
Caroline Ishida, Chief Counsel. I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
And I guess I'll start with following up just because we had the response to PUC YB IR 127. We're talking about that already. I just had a quick question about, I noticed that in this table that it's sort of written with all commodities lumped together. And I'm wondering in a scenario 7 situation, whether there's different scaling for different commodity types, if you know that off the top of your head, if different commodity types sort of see different revenue results.
Yes. So anything that was stackable, so containers would have no impact at all because they already have a deck space adjustment factor of 1. And so if you start, let's take a piece of roll on, roll off equipment and think of it as a big cherry picker that they drive onto the boat. It currently gets a deck space adjustment factor of 4.5. It gets the default because it takes up the whole, nothing can be stacked on top of it. And so it takes the whole vertical stack. Okay. So as we move down from scenario 1, 2, and 3, it's going from 4.5 to 4 to 3 to 2 and getting smaller. So the impact is getting bigger and bigger. All the while, containers are not moving at all, right? And so that's going to be true of every commodity is going to change differently depending upon what its deck space adjustment factor is. But we only have those basically 5 deck space adjustment factors that were in that other table that I spoke with Mr. Boone about. So that's just going to be automobiles. It's going to be a few platforms and then roll on, roll off hazardous material stuff.
Okay, thanks.
So yes is the answer to your question.
Okay.
It would scale differently.
Okay, thanks. And then I have a few more, well, actually, really quickly, one quick specific question about the deck space adjustment factor. So I think the answer to this is no, but just to clarify, does YB apply a different DSA factor to automobiles transported on the Coholo barge since they're technically capable of being stacked there?
We do not. The 1.5 factor is, the COHOLO is factored into that.
Okay,
So it's
so
kind of an
1.5
average,
Incorporates it. Okay.
an average across, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have some questions related to the letter that Young Brothers filed on August 23rd for submission of materials into evidence for purposes of this hearing. I know we just talked about that amongst the parties, and the questions aren't specifically about the exhibits themselves. They're more general, so I guess stop me if you think I'm getting into something we haven't yet covered, but the letter itself notes what it calls industry accepted manuals for cost of service.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to ask some general questions about whether there's an industry standard related to cost of service allocation for water carrier service. I noted that a lot of those manuals reference electric service. So I'm just wondering about the industry standard for water carrier service or cargo shipping.
We couldn't find one. Water carriers are a bit unique, and being regulated in this way by rate of return is a bit unique in the water carrier industry. So we were not able to find one. But I would just add, if I was allowed, that the concepts are the same. It's economics more than anything else, not industry specific.
So I guess that means that your YB BIP model is not modeled on an industry standard if you're saying that one does not exist.
Well, I think I would disagree with that respectfully, because the industry and the equipment and the processes are industry specific. But the notion of the way a utility functions and the way that costs are incurred and allocated is standard across all utilities. When we talk about the fact that a cost might be invariable relative to demand, it might be fixed. That's true for a YB barge on a given sailing, just as it is for a power plant that you've designed to the peak load. So those things are absolutely transferable. And I think one-to-one transferable. It's just here we're dealing with different pieces of equipment and a few different operational processes. But I think the standards that you see in those NARUC binders are applied in YB BIP specifically.
I guess I mean that the YB BIP model wasn't relying on any water carrier industry standard in its development.
That's true. We just couldn't find one specific to water carriers.
Okay, thanks. I just had a couple of specific questions about the model and updating the model itself. If this the YB BIP model was to be approved, how frequently would you anticipate that it would needed to be updated or that you would need to make adjustments to that model?
That's a good question. So again, let's break it into two pieces, right? The model itself, which I consider to be the algorithms and the inputs and the assumptions, and then the data that it relies upon to do that. The data is constantly updated. YB BIP integrates with YB's systems to get the latest data all the time. So that's updated all the time. The model itself, we would intend and I believe, and subject to check, I believe this is the agreement we have with the CA as part of our stipulation, is that version 4 in its current form is set. To the extent we want to make changes going forward, we will document those and make those available to everyone, including the CA and the commission. And so the model is set for now. We do anticipate that there will be changes over time as operations change. So the model goes down to the level of detail of saying, I have 2 freight clerks on Tuesdays assigned to the auto lot. So let's say that out of the collective bargaining agreement, we now need 3 there. That's something we'd need to go in and make a slight modification to. So in order to stay consistent with the process and potential financial changes inside the company, we do anticipate that there will be changes, but our intention is that those will always be documented for everybody to be able to see. And if you look in the title page of any of the Excel printouts that we do from the model, we identify any changes that were made from the prior version, and we do it on a cell by cell basis. Like, go to this report, see this cell, we changed this for the following reason. So it's our intention to continue to do that.
And in terms of expenditures on YB's part to make those sorts of adjustments to the model, do you have any ballpark sense of how, what the sort of costs are to having to make adjustments as time passes?
I don't know, but I think the bulk of the work is in getting it first developed and then second kind of agreed upon. That's been the bulk of it. I really don't think the expense associated with making revisions to it, adding a third employee to that lot or those types of things will be very much. I can't give you a dollar amount. I just don't know. But, unless there's a wholesale change in the business, let's say they go to, well, I don't know, but let's say that they buy a whole new set of tugs and barges and everything else. That might be a little bit, but I don't think it's not a major financial undertaking
Okay,
of time either for us.
okay, thank you. And one more question related to this. Does YB currently utilize this model for operational decisions in any way?
It does.
Can you describe those?
Sure. The model includes a lot of information. And so it is fairly regular that the company comes back to us and asks us, what's our profitability by route? What's our profitability by sailing? We've done analysis using the model for all sorts of things, really. It really is a intelligent platform that takes all of their data from a bunch of different systems, right? So you have their FACE system, which tracks revenue for freight and also tracks the equipment and everything else, but it doesn't really deal very much with the sailings themselves, the tugs and the barges that are being deployed. That's in their helm system. And likewise, charters and their tug assist in the harbor. YB-BIP ties all of those together. So it's one place you can get all the data, all the information, and query it to answer important business questions. So yes, it's used quite a bit for what it's intended, business intelligence.
Okay, thank you. I know that we haven't had a chance to hear from the consumer advocate's witness yet, but just relying on sort of the consumer advocate's position statements coming into this, obviously, we know that the CA is arguing that, or YB is saying that the CA's revenue crediting methodology should be rejected. I just had a couple of questions about your position on that. So is it YB's position that the consumer advocate's revenue crediting methodology would produce a less accurate revenue requirement for use in future rate cases?
I'm happy to answer these questions. Dr. Ankam was really our witness on that. I mean, I can answer it, but I would defer to council as to whether they'd like me to answer that or have Dr. Ankam answer that.
Okay, Chair, if I might make a request that if it seems more appropriate that Mr. Ankam answer that question, that we call him as witness.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But you can go ahead and answer it. and
Okay,
We can make
very
clear
good.
whether we want to call Mr. Ankam after that.
Very good. And I apologize. Can I hear it one more time? Because
Sure. So the question is it YB's position that the CA's recommended revenue crediting methodology would produce a less accurate revenue requirement for use in future rate cases?
yes. Revenue crediting is not a cost allocation process at all. It takes, as I understand how it's been presented, it takes the total company and takes any revenues that would be associated with anything that is unregulated and imputes them, is the way I think of it, imputes them to the revenue requirement for regulated cargo or regulated revenue requirement. In doing so, it's not shifting cost back or forth. It's taking revenues of some part which may be profit. So in my mind, it is less accurate because in my mind, the right way a revenue requirement is a measure of cost. It is the resources necessary to fund and maintain the regulated product. And so when you use something other than cost to calculate it, including revenues that might include profits, yes, my opinion is that it's much less accurate.
Okay, thank you. And if you know the answer to this, what is YB's current rate of return on the unregulated side of its business?
It is generated in our report, 15,000 from the model every time we run it. I haven't looked at it recently, so I just don't know as a fact, but it's available. It should be, we provided in response to your guys.
The IRC?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
If you look at report 15,000, there's a line for rate of return that gives it to you both for regulated and unregulated.
Okay. Thank you. I have one more question, but you can let me know if this is best directed to Mr. Ankam instead. So going back to the CA's proposed revenue crediting approach, I noticed that in a couple of places, were referenced back to some prior YB rate case proceedings from the 90s and the 2000s. And the consumer advocate mentioned that at the time, revenue crediting approach was used for revenue requirement purposes. And I'm wondering whether the CA's proposed revenue accrediting approach now you view as the same or substantially the same as that was utilized by YB prior pre-Marsoft.
That one I am going to have to defer. I didn't go back and study the history because it wasn't my piece of the case, and so I just don't know the answer. I think it is different, but I couldn't really give you any substance.
Okay. Those are the only questions I had. But Chair, I would ask that we be able to call Mr. Ankam just for those two questions.
Sure. Commissioners, any question, Commissioner Kauai, anybody else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Starkey.
Thank you.
Do you want Dr. Ankam now?
Well, let me
Sorry.
take care of this one. Any
Sorry,
redirect-
Dr. Ankam, I
Can
apologize
we
for that.
take a quick recess so I can discuss that with the
5 minutes?
witness? Yes, 5 minutes is fine.
Let's shoot for 10 o'clock to get back. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's get back in from recess. Take a little bit of time. Commissioner Yost did have a question for Mr. Starkey, so let's address that first and then proceed from there. Commissioner Yost?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Starkey, I wanted to ask kind of a general question about assumptions perhaps, or ways in which the BIP calculates the amount of, let me ask it this way. If there's an average of some kind or a way of analyzing how much of a typical boat is normally covered with container cargo, which is the most efficient means of transporting cargo. You can stack containers as high as 5, is that correct? Typically, like, how much of a barge is covered in just container cargo being the most efficient means of shipping things? What percentage?
So it's a great question.
I'm sorry, Chair, I just want to make sure your microphone is on. Sorry.
And hit that button and the green light should go on.
Thank you. Now you can probably hear me better. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Sure. If you have our responses, YB's responses to the PUC's discovery or interrogatory requests, and you are able to go to, just take me a second to find it. And the reason I'm getting us there is because there's some actual data on that. Yeah, so it's page 2 of 7. It's response to PUC YBIR 126. Page 2 of 7. It's the same table that Mr. Boone and I talked about earlier. So let me see if I can answer that in 2 ways. So what YB face, this overarching system I was talking about earlier, it tracks every sailing. So let's say it's the Hilo #1 sailing leaving on a Tuesday from Honolulu and going to Hilo. Base tells us which barge did they use. It then also tells us which tug pulled that barge, and it tells us every piece of cargo that was on that sailing and the type of cargo and its revenue tonnage and a bunch of other stuff. It's huge. So YB BIP knows for every sailing that exact percentage and composition that you just described. It's different for every sailing, which is what we say in response to the request here. And so it's difficult, and it can be quite different depending on what the needs are on that island on that particular day. But in this response at page 2 of 7, we took a year's worth and averaged it. And so starting at the top, containerized cargo represented right at 90%. Stackable containerized cargo was 90% of what was on the boat. So that's pretty common. It's by far the vast majority of what's on the boat. So that's why the impact of the deck space adjustment factor that we saw earlier is so small, because really it only impacts a small portion of the overall cargo. And then we broke it out in these categories because those were the deck space adjustment factors. But platforms, whether they be 20 foot, 24 foot, or 40, totaled about, call it 2.1%. Automobiles were about 5%. And then everything else was 2.8%. So if there is a typical configuration, that's an average over a year. That's probably pretty typical, but it can vary. And the model captures every sailing and does it piece by piece. So.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Commissioner Kauai?
Does the model, let's start off a basic question. Does YB sailings include both regulated and unregulated cargo?
They do. Every sailing is going to have a combination.
Sorry about that. And does this model also take into account the regulated, unregulated cargo on each shipment?
It does. So, and I think I've said this before, but YB BIP is really agnostic to whether something is regulated or unregulated.
I understand that, but the question is, does the model calculate and take into account and shoot out information on regulated versus unregulated
Yes. Every line of face, which is everything that's shipped, has a contract type, whether that's public tariff, regulated, or something else. And so YB-BIP grabs that information and it can take all that cargo on the boat and tell you exactly how much of it is regulated and how much of it is unregulated on any sailing or any combination of sailing.
Is there an average based, what is the average of?
Sure. So, and it depends on how you calculate it, right? If it's volume, if it's revenue tonnage, which is 40 cubic feet, basically one revenue ton, or if it's pieces, or if it's revenue. But in my mind, the most reasonable way to do it is volume, is revenue tonnage. Then, and I don't know if I have those numbers. Let me think of a source where I can find those numbers. Think about those numbers.
If you need to refer back or need to take a break, just let us know.
I can give you a ballpark, and then let me give you a ballpark. In general, I think you can go 60-40. 60% of the volume is going to be interstate. I'm sorry, unregulated. Use that easier. And then the other 40% is going to be regulated. And that's because of a couple of things. One, almost all unregulated is containers. You can stack them up and put them on there, and they've got a lot of tonnage. Whereas a lot of the regulated is automobiles and this mix commodities and stuff like that. So it's, if you go by volume, most of it is unregulated, 60-40. But the cost associated with that sort of flips because it's more costly to handle a lot of those smaller non-containerized products.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Yost.
One other follow-up to my earlier question, there's some discussion in the summaries back and forth between the CA and YB regarding whether or not cargo is ever left behind. And there seems to be some disagreement as to that. YB says sometimes cargo is left behind and Consumer Advocate says generally not. But what about containers? Are there situations where containers are left behind because you need to ship non-stackable cargo?
Yes. So let me answer both parts of that question. Cargo is absolutely left behind and regularly. And in the granular data process, we did per your order, we did a granular data process with the independent observer. One of the things that we studied was based on the request from the consumer advocate, do you leave cargo behind? And so we asked the operational people at YB they have reports that track that, but they don't keep them because once the cargo goes, they're no longer of any use, and so they get rid of them. But we had them keep them for a period of time so that we could look at them, and made them available to the CA. They're available in the confidential data elements aspect of our memo to you last year of April 30th. And so what that is a daily report from their FACE system and from their freight clerks of all the cargo that's left behind every day. And I've gone back through that, and there was not a day I found where some cargo wasn't left behind. Cargo is left behind regularly. More specific to your question, yes. More likely, an automobile will be left behind to accommodate a stack of containers because your options, if you're YB, is ship one automobile or ship 4 containers, because you can stack those containers. And so most likely you'll see automobiles left behind, but there are certainly containers left behind because there isn't room on the barge for them on that given sailing. That happens regularly.
So do we have something in the record now regarding to what extent containers are left behind or not left behind?
You have the data. We didn't do an analysis of it because I wish I could show you. Some of it is tabular from the FACE system, but some of it is the freight clerk's handwritten notes. That's what they do every day because it's just for them. It's kind of like, okay, this got left behind. I need to make sure it gets on the next sailing. And so I fill out this, what we call a short ship. That cargo is short shipped. It didn't make it. And so they have short ship lists. So we asked them to send those to us. I have all of them, and they are in the record. 3 weeks worth of that data is in the record. At the end of the granular data process with the independent observer, we filed a memo on April 30th of last year. It had 12 attachments. Attachment 6, if I'm remembering correctly, is our response to the consumer advocate's request to get that data. And then we also filed what we called confidential data elements, because those reports have customer names and all kinds of confidential information on them. So they were filed confidentially as confidential data elements 6.1, 2, and 3 to attachment 6 in that memo. So they're in the record, as far as I know, I think.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just following up on Commissioner Yos's question, do you know offhand whether or not the containers or things left behind were regulated or unregulated?
I don't know is the simple question, because the freight clerks don't care. They just know it's a car with this freight bill number. But what I could, using that freight bill number, go back into FACE and find out. It's just not on the report itself. There's two reports. There's the freight clerk's hand notes, and then there's a report from FACE every day. And the reason we had to get that report sent to us is because FACE is always updating. And so when something got left behind, 3 days later, if it ships, the data is updated to say it shipped on this date. So we had to sort of freeze that data and have it sent to us. We have that. On that particular report, you can see the customer. You can see a customer that means something to you, Matson, Pasha versus, a SurfPro or something like that, which is a public tariff customer. And so we could figure it out, but it would take a little effort to do that. But both are left behind for sure.
Both, okay.
Yeah.
And based on your observations, most times it involved vehicles.
I couldn't put a percentage on it, but there are a good number of vehicles there for the reason I described earlier. But I did just recently look through one of the reports, I think it was from April 18th, and there were a slew of containers left behind too. So it's fairly consistent. It might be even on some cases a hazardous pallet or something that gets left behind. So it can be anything. If I had to give you some sense of it, I would say the majority are probably automobiles, and then containers, and then some other type of row loose mix, something else in that order of priority.
When you say hazardous containers, those are,
I meant to say hazardous material. If I said containers, my
okay,
apologies.
hazardous materials,
Yeah.
and hazardous materials are unregulated.
Hazardous materials are generally shipped under the tariff,
Okay,
so they're regulated for the most part. Depends on the customer, and where
Yeah.
they're going and where they're coming from.
thanks.
All right. Mr. Ono, any redirect?
Yeah.
Mr. Stuckey?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Starkey, Commissioner Yost was asking you questions about the data available. And would you like to see the exhibits that were sent to the commission and to the consumer advocate? To
Sure.
better answer those questions?
Sure. I'll always take data if you will give it to me.
Thanks.
And we'll have marked as Exhibit 1, YB Exhibit 1 to this hearing. This is a letter from Young Brothers dated May 2nd, 2022, and it's entitled In Re Young Brothers, docket number 2019-0117, order number 38085, granular cost data collection, filing in response to ordering paragraphs 6 and 7. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes.
And can you identify what this document is?
This entire document is what was filed at when we completed the granular data process with the independent observer.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the May 2nd, 2022 filing that was provided to the commission and to the consumer advocate?
Yes, it appears to be. If you turn the cover letter over, you'll see the bulk of it is comprised of a memo written by me and my team. We served the granular data process was a collaborative process, and we sort of served as the accumulator of the data and sort of the results. And so this memo is intended to be a accumulation of that process and the data that was gathered there. So yes, this looks to be the memo that we wrote.
And for the record, it was in response to what?
Well, the granular data process was in response to a commission order in 2021, end of 2021, 38085, if I'm remembering correctly. And so we did the granular data process, the CA and YB and us and the independent observer. We had several meetings. We undertook we agreed on what we were going to do to gather this data and what it would be intended for. So we went through, I think, 5 sort of collaborative online or collaborative video conferences, and then we would go off and gather data and do analysis and come back and present it. This memo is basically the result of that process.
Chair, at this time, I would ask to admit into evidence exhibit, Young Brothers Exhibit 1.
So admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starkey, if I could ask you to turn to page 4 of 5 of attachment A to Exhibit 1. In particular, item 6. Can you identify what item 6 is on page 4 of 5?
Sure. This is what I was referring to earlier. As part of the granular data gathering process, the consumer advocate sent us a number of informal information requests. We wanted to make sure in the process that everybody got their questions answered. Like, if we're going to go grab data, let's make sure we're answering the right question. And so the consumer advocates sent us requests. Box 6 there was at the very top. That's a quote of the request that was sent to us from the consumer advocate. They want us to do a statistical analysis of the quantities of cargo reservations that are declined due to inadequate barge capacity. And so we then clarified in the bottom, and then you'll see attachment 6 to this document then goes into the data that was gathered, how we were going to do it, and the process.
And again, when was this data made available to both the consumer advocate and the commission?
So if you go back to attachment 6 in that document, the pages aren't numbered sequentially that way, but it's attachment 6. During the data collection process, we put together a form that we asked anybody, whether it was the independent observer or the company or the CA, if they had something they wanted us to examine during this process, to sort of fill out this form. This is the form that was filled out by the consumer advocate. There's their question at the top. We clarified in a March 30 video conference with everybody, is this really what you mean? And we got confirmation. And then, to the extent we collected data through this process, you'll see the next one down, additional data collected and shared with the group. That MPDGCGG stood for Multi-Party Data Gathering Group. Yeah, one more acronym. And so what we did then is any data we collected, we accumulated and then made available to the group, and then also sent it with this memo to the commission. So when I was talking about those short ship lists, this is where in the record you will find those short ship lists. After that, you'll see a page and a half of our describing what the data is and, reasonable ways to interpret it. I do want to point out that as you look at this data, keep in mind that every time something is left behind, it's not necessarily because you didn't have capacity to get it on there. It might be that it showed up late. There are a number of reasons, but capacity or the inability to get it on the boat is a primary one. So we just wanted to make clear that people are interpreting the data correctly. So if you go to page 2 and 3 of the attachment 6, you'll see that we described the 2 reports that we were going to have them keep sending to us. And so not only did we send the first 3 weeks worth, and we get this every day, so it's daily data. We sent 3 weeks worth with this document. We continued to collect it up until the point we settled or had the partial settlement in November of that year. So at least 8 months worth of data. And I still get some of them. I still was getting some in January and February of this year. I was copied directly. So there's a lot of data here if we wanted to go through it and look at it. But I did go through it. I didn't do an analysis because it would be difficult. It doesn't lend itself, like I said, it's handwritten notes. But I was unable to identify any day where something wasn't left behind in that entire period.
Mr. Starkey, you referred to certain data. Was the data actually attached to Exhibit 1?
It depends on what you mean by attached. So it's confidential. My understanding, it was uploaded to the commission's system via link and uploaded in that way. So it was attached electronically. Is that fair?
Okay. What I'm going to show you next is a hard copy of the data set. Is that okay?
Sure.
And what we'll do is we'll have marked as exhibit, Young Brothers Hearing Exhibit 2 as it's an email from Face Alerts sent Monday, April 18, 2022 at 11:58 p.m. to YB Honolulu Short Ship. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes.
And first thing, there's redactions on some of these documents. Can you tell us what was redacted?
Yes, I did those redactions. YB Honolulu Short Ship, that 2 account includes me, so I get this data. To the extent, I redacted that particular data to the extent we were going to use it in a public hearing because that is the actual customer and or their consignee. So if, U-Haul sent it, then it would have been Mike Starkey as the consignee. So I took out that confidential information so that this would not be a confidential document.
Other than the redaction, is this a true and accurate copy of the email that was uploaded to the site to make available this data as part of the attachment to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Chair, at this time, I would like to have admitted into evidence YB Hearing Exhibit 2.
No objection, Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Starkey, can you describe for us the first 2 typewritten pages?
Sure. So recall, if you go back to attachment 6 in the description, you'll see that we pulled 2 different kinds of reports. So there are 2 different types of cargo in general that come into YB, what we call gated cargo that has a reservation on a boat, or you just show up, it's not gated. You show up and say, I want to ship this, and then you fill out a bill of lading while you're there. So those are 2 different types of cargo, gated cargo and non-gated cargo, basically reserved and not. So FACE is really only able to track the reserved cargo because it knows the boat it was supposed to go on and didn't make it. So this first 2 pages, typewritten pages, are a FACE excerpt. These were generated automatically from the system at our request to show short ship data. So this just generates out of the system and came to my email. So this is a list of every item of cargo for April 18th. You'll see that it was sent late at night. It was sent almost at midnight. For April 18th, that was supposed to be on a barge that left that day but didn't get on that barge. If you look at, and so this is system data, so it may not be all these data elements may not be perfectly understandable to everybody, but if you look down the left side, you're gonna be able to determine in some cases who the customer was. Clearly one of them is Matson as an example, MAT. And so the unit type is going to tell you the type of cargo it was. So you'll see the first 5 are ro-ro. those row pieces of equipment didn't make it on the sale that day. Now, if we went back and looked in the system, sale date 4/18/2022, what's sailing that day, we could probably tell which boat they were supposed to be on. This report doesn't give us that. It just tells us they didn't make it. And the purpose of this report internally is to make sure that they know where that cargo is. It's still on the dock and they got to get it on a boat in the future. So the first 5 there are row. Anything that says 45 DC or 40 DC, that stands for dry container. So those are going to be containers. You see an auto about 2/3 of the way down there, and then a bunch of 40 DCs. On the second page, you'll see 20 PF. That's going to be a platform. That's a 20-foot platform. And then some more auto and row on the bottom. The ones on the bottom, just to clarify, those didn't come in that day. They had been short shipped earlier, and they're still there waiting for a boat. So that's that second piece of the report. So that's the first 2 pages. If you go back to your attachment 6, that's the first report that we said that we would capture and maintain.
You didn't mention 40FR. What does that stand for?
Oh, I didn't see that one. That's a flat rack. That's a 40-foot flat rack. And that's flat racks. Remember we talked about platforms. They're like a container with no sides or top. They're just a thing on the ground and you drive stuff on or you just put stuff on it. That is a platform. A flat rack is sort of as we transition from nothing to a container, it has 4 corners and you can stack it, but it's got no sides. And so they use that to put pallets and, really anything that with a lift they can put in there to sort of consolidate it so then they can stack it. So that's a flat rack.
So, Mr. Starkey, does this list include cargo that had been reserved on one of Young Brothers' barge, but for whatever reason just didn't make it onto to Young Brothers' docks?
If it's on if it's on this report, the face report, the first 2 pages, then it had a reservation and didn't make it.
If it's on this page, no, maybe you misunderstood. Does this list include cargo that had been reserved but weren't Matson, whoever just didn't deliver the container to the dock?
I'm sorry. No, this is tracked when it comes in. Remember I talked about gated cargo? When it comes into the gate, that's when it goes into face. It's gated. It goes on this list only if it's been gated. So this is on the dock. This is not stuff that didn't get delivered.
Okay. And can you describe what the handwritten pages are of Exhibit 2?
Sure. So if you go about halfway back in this document and back to attachment 6, we talked about 2 different reports. So for non-gated cargo, let's say you had a bedroom outfit you wanted to ship mixed and you just brought it in on your truck. You don't have a reservation. You're not gated. You come in, you go to the mix lot, you work with a freight clerk to fill out a bill of lading, all of those things. That's this type of cargo. So this is cargo that came in non-gated, bill of lading was produced, and then was supposed to go on that day's shipment, but wasn't able to. So the handwritten notes clearly are not as helpful to us because they're not created for us, right? They're created for the freight clerks who are really intending to, they know their own shorthand and stuff. But down that left side, that BL number is a bill of lading number. That will translate to a freight bill. And so we can find out what it is. That's what I was saying earlier with I could figure out what these are, but it would take a little effort. You can see that. So there's a few things you can garner from this report. At the very top in really small letters, you'll see a handwritten thing that says LCL at the top of the big black box. That stands for less than container load. So that's going to be mix. That's going to be your bedroom outfits, your tires, your boxes, or whatever people ship in the mix lot. So all of this was LCL, and it was headed to Molokai. So you can see that on the right side. And you can see at the bottom that Hilo on that day had no short ship. So everything that was supposed to go to Hilo made it. Everything that was supposed to go to Molokai did not. There was a short ship for Molokai. If you turn the page, the same is true for Lanai. Lanai had some stuff that didn't get shipped. And interestingly, on the right side, you see Hilo to Molokai. Okay. So there's not everything comes obviously out of Honolulu and goes to an island. Some of them go island to island, neighboring island to neighboring island. And so they also track anytime something comes into Honolulu from, say, Hilo and is intended to go to Molokai, but doesn't make it on the Molokai boat. So they track all of those. And this cargo, one of them was supposed to go to Hilo to Molokai, the other from looks like Kahului to Molokai. And they didn't make it. So that's short ship. And then generally the same on the next page. On the next page, the only benefit is you can kind of see what these things are, and they're all cars. But at the top, it says autos. So I anticipate that this was just a sheet which they kept the autos on, and they kept LCL on a different sheet. So, but these are all autos that didn't make it that day. And they kind of give you some notes about where they were supposed to go and that kind of thing. So that's a really long way of saying we kept this data, daily data about what is left behind from April 10th until I think we have it through at least November, if not, at least October, if not November of 2022. So at least 8 months worth.
Earlier, you testified that you did not analyze any of this data. Is that correct, Mr. Starkey?
I didn't do a statistical analysis. I didn't go through each one and try and build in YBBIP or in a spreadsheet how much was left behind, where it was going, that type of stuff. I didn't do that, no.
Why not?
I guess two reasons. One, and if you've read my testimony or my summary, I think you know this, I don't think it matters whether cargo is left behind or not. The deck space adjustment factor to me is the most reasonable way to take a fixed amount of space and allocate it amongst the things that use it. You've got to do that. If we've got $1 million paid for that boat, we've got to allocate that $1 million. You either do it by the volume of the things that go on it, or you do it by the number of things that go on it. But if you do it by the number of things that go on it, a car and a 40-foot container are very different. You could ship only maybe 100 40-foot containers, but you could ship 200 cars. So in my mind, volume is the right way to go. And it doesn't matter whether you leave stuff behind or not. It's just the right way to do it. So that's the one reason I didn't do it, because I just don't think it matters. But secondly, as we describe in attachment 6, this data just doesn't lend itself to tabular calculation. I mean, you'd have to go into each one of those freight clerk notes and kind of decipher them and try to put them into some tabular format. The amount of effort would be very, very large. And so with that amount of extended effort and resources, and the fact that I don't think it matters, I just didn't do it.
Did the consumer advocate ever come back and ask for the complete set of the data?
No. Not that I'm aware of, at least.
Did the consumer advocate ever provide any kind of statistical analysis on any of this data?
Not that I've seen.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Boone, any recross?
Yes, Chair, briefly. Mr. Starkey, in that line of questioning, you highlighted that not every piece of equipment or cargo that's left behind is due to a lack of capacity. Is that correct?
That's true.
And then you also stated that a majority is left behind due to a lack of capacity. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said a majority, because I don't really have a basis to say majority, but certainly my understanding just in talking to the operational folks is that that's a key element of why cargo gets left behind, is there's not room on the boat.
So, but it's not a majority then?
I don't know what it is as a statistic, and if I said majority, I apologize. I don't have the data to support that as a concept. I just know that cargo is left behind. In some circumstances, it's left behind because there wasn't room, and in talking with the operational folks, that's a common reason.
And when you say you talked to the operational folks, who are you referring to?
I talked to Chris Martin. I talked to Kaikoa. I'm not going to remember Kaikoa's last name. I probably talked to Nalani, say. That would have probably been the main three. But I also have, during this whole process, I talked to, freight clerk bosses and everybody around there. So I couldn't limit it to just those.
Thank you. So, and based off of those conversations, you can't provide even a ballpark of why equipment is left behind, or whether it's due to lack of capacity?
I can tell you that it is left behind because of lack of capacity. I can't tell you a percentage.
And again, that information is coming from your conversations with YB's operations folks?
Well, it's coming from this data, right? We know that cargo is left behind. The operational folks tell me that one of the reasons it's left behind is because there isn't capacity. What I'm not able to do is go on to this sheet and tell you this one was left behind because we didn't have capacity and that one was left behind for a different reason. I can't do that. That's true.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
So, Commissioner Yost?
Mr. Starkey, you mentioned flat rack as another mean or type of stackable cargo,
Yes.
but it also incorporates a lot of things that would otherwise be non-stackable. You can put them on the flat rack and then stack multiple flat racks on top of each other,
True.
but not on the very top. So it's similar to platforms in that sense because the top flat rack will be I mean, can you stack 5 of them on top of each other or?
Yeah, you can put a flat rack on top and you can stack 5 of them. They don't generally because they like to what they call block stow them. And so they'll generally put flat racks up against a container set
Okay.
stack, but you can. They just, for security, for sort of really like stability, they generally block stow them against containers. But yeah, they can be stacked all the way up.
And this, is it in the record already? What is there, well, is there a DSA for flat racks that's different from the DSA for platforms?
There is no DSA for flat racks. They are assumed to be stackable and can be stacked. So there, it's a one.
They're
So
just like containers.
just like containers.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kwai?
I'm not sure if you would have the answer to this. Does YB prioritize certain type of cargo over others? Is there a priority list? Because you mentioned earlier that your model basically tries to maximize this profitability or
Yes, I mean, the only prioritization that YB does that I'm aware of is it has a reservation system. And so like any company is trying to maximize the use of its assets, if you want to ship something next Thursday, then you can get on and reserve your space on the next Thursday barge. Anything that is reserved, and that's public tariff or regulated, anybody can do that. If you are reserved, you have priority. But that's not an issue of regulated versus unregulated, or even the type of cargo. It takes priority over something that comes into the gate like that chest of drawers I was talking about earlier that just gets a bill of lading that day, has no reservation. That's done on best efforts, and that's what the tariff says is best efforts.
okay, so just so that I can understand or rephrase the question. If someone has a reservation that isn't in the regulated side, as long as they have a reservation, it's unlikely that the left behind containers, they would be included in the left behind containers. They're guaranteed a spot.
Not necessarily, for the following reason. I know it. I wish there's an exception to every rule, it seems, in this business. So was actually just listening to Chris Martin about this yesterday. So let's say that on average, if you have regular shippers, let's say it's someone who in Honolulu here regularly ships you 10 containers. All right. Or so they have a standing reservation on the boat to Kauai High for 10 containers. Well, they don't always bring 10 containers, right? They rarely do. And so YB sort of statistically says, okay, on average, they bring us 7. And so they'll only reserve 7 on the barge. And so then if they bring 10, there is a chance that if there isn't room on the barge, those other 3 will get left behind. So even reserved cargo does get left behind on occasion. They try not to let it happen, but it does happen. So sometimes reservations are also best efforts. It's not a guarantee that you'll get on that boat.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Why don't we take about a 10-minute break before we get the next witness up here? And that would be solely for, we do have some questions from staff. And then we'll ask if there's any redirect and any recross as well. So why don't we take a break, get back here 5-2, about a 10-minute break?
Did you want Dr. Ancom? No?
No, we will, yeah.
Oh, you will?
So we'll
Okay.
take care of him after the break.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Starkey, you are done.
Thank you.
Thank you. recess. Next witness is August Ancom. Could you stand by yourself? Thank you. Let me swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. If you would appear to be seated. Okay. I believe we have some questions from our commission counsel. You might want to press that button right there. The green light will come on.
It
Yep.
says.
It's on.
Now we're on. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Ancom. I think you heard a couple of the questions I have for you because I asked them of Mr. Starkey earlier. It relates to the CA's revenue crediting approach. So YB has argued here that the consumer advocate's revenue crediting methodology should be rejected. So I'm wondering if it's your position that that methodology would produce a less accurate revenue requirement for use in a future rate case, and if so, how?
Yes, and I think the intuition is simple. Revenue crediting doesn't really address cost in any way. So therefore, logically it follows, given that revenue requirement, the regulated part is intended to be cost-based. Well, if you don't use cost in that process, you don't really know where you're going to end up. Well, let me give a simple example. Let's say that the total company revenue requirement is $100. Now, let's say that Young Brothers earns $30 from the unregulated side. Then the regulated revenue requirement, you calculate as $100 minus 30, which is 70, right? It's calculated as a residual. It's not from the bottoms up. It's not a cost calculation. It's subtracting what you earn on the unregulated side from the total company, and that becomes the $70. Now, let's assume that as time goes on, that the main clients, Matson and Pasha, they have their own deliberations in their headquarters and they drive a harder bargain, let's say, with Young Brothers. Now, the volumes stay the same. So we know that the underlying cost, if you were to allocate them correctly, should be the same, and therefore the revenue requirement, the regulated revenue requirement should stay the same. But because Pasha and Matson drive a harder bargain with Young Brothers, and let's say they get lower prices for the same volumes. Now, instead of $30, let's say that Young Brothers only earns $25. So now all of a sudden, the intrastate or the regulated revenue requirement that used to be $70 is now $75. Why? Because of something that Pasha and Matsun decided at some point, whatever goes on in their headquarters. So you have external factors driving what what the regulated revenue requirement is going to be, because it's detached from cost allocations, and therefore it cannot be precise. Now, you may get lucky one day, but as a general process over the years, the intrastate or the regulated revenue requirement is going to be oscillating, and we don't know what the relationship is at that point to the underlying cost. So it's inaccurate, and well, it's one of the reasons why we are recommending against it.
Okay, thank you. To follow up on that, I know that I had mentioned that in the consumer advocates, some of its position statements had referenced a prior revenue crediting approach that had been used pre-Marsoft model. This would probably have been in the 90s or the early 2000s. I'm wondering what the difference is between what the CA is proposing here, or what you see as a difference between what the CA is proposing here in terms of the revenue crediting approach and what was used pre-Marsoft.
Yeah, well, I wasn't part of that team at the time. And so now we're going way back into the history of the regulation of Young Brothers. I believe actually given that Marsoft, I think, was developed in initiated in 2001 and then developed in 2003, I believe the commission adopted it. So we're talking like distant past, the 1990s. Now, I clearly wasn't here and I wasn't part of the development of Marsoft, and I wasn't really part of how the total company approach was implemented. Now, I did read, of course, what Mr. Brosh said about it. That's the totality of my knowledge. Sorry. I would say that, so I don't know exactly the difference in approach, but the company looks very different today. It has evolved. The unregulated portion of its operations has grown significantly, as opposed to what it was in the 1990s, where it was much smaller. And of course, the most important distinguishing feature is that, after we had Marsoft and now, of course, YB-BIP, we do have tools, we have, models that help the commission and Young Brothers to allocate cost. Now, you may differ over how it is done, and we can tinker with that and improve it, which undoubtedly will happen in the future as it has in the past. But that's a whole different configuration than the situation that the commission faced in the 1990s, where all it had was the company's revenues and cost, but it had no way to allocate them. So doing the best you can at that point without any tools, I can see that one might have said, well, let's just, take the total company approach for the time being. And then, of course, the commission itself was dissatisfied with that and told Young Brothers to develop a cost allocation method, which it did, and now subsequently has been improved. So I would think the situations are very different. But again, I wasn't part of that. So
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me right now.
All right, thank you. Commissioners? Is there on any redirect?
No questions.
Mr. Boone?
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Ancom, Dr. Ancom. All right, let's move on. Is Mr. Anna? Are you here? You wanna? Just doing the formality. Do you affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth? That on? Yeah.
Yeah.
My understanding is Mr. Boone, the CA did not have any cross-examination.
That's-
on
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
staff.
Question. In docket number 2019-0117, YB filed a letter notice regarding your liquidity crisis and potential suspension of operations in May of 2020. I'm wondering if your parent company Saltchuk's position regarding financing of YB has changed since that letter notice in May of 2020.
It has not. Since then, we were able to secure independent financing. And so we fund our own investments and we manage the business internally.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Direct, nothing.
No questions.
No further questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anna.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Chris Martin. See,
Chair, my understanding from the commission's pre-hearing order was that if the consumer advocate did not have cross-examination questions for any witness, that the witness need not appear.
Okay.
So some of these individuals, like Mr. Martin, he's vice president of operations, so he's at work. We can bring him back in the afternoon if the commission desires.
yeah,
I don't have any questions for Mr. Martin at this time.
all right. That's fine, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I assume the same is for Mr. Hong, Glenn Hong.
That's correct. Glenn Hong is retired,
Yeah.
but we can call him back.
Just check if there's any questions. Mr. Hong, right? Mr. Nakagawa. Do we have questions for him? Before I call him up or,
Nope, I do not.
okay, nothing. Thank you, Mr. Nakagawa. Same for Mr. Edwards.
That's correct. He's not present, but we can bring him.
Staff has no questions for Mr. Edwards at this time either.
All right. So that is all of your listed witnesses. Why don't we try to get through cross-examination of the consumer advocate's witness, and we can get through this one about 11:45, closer to 12, then that would be great. If not, then we'll continue. But then the first witness for the consumer advocate is Dean Nishino.
And Chair, before we begin, I just wanted to confirm if YB is resting at this point. I think there's potential exhibits that may or may not be offered.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Young Brothers rests its case. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair, based off of our pre-hearing filings, we only have the one witness identified this morning,
Okay.
Dr. Carl Pavlovic.
Okay. All right. So why don't we go to Dr. Pavlovic? All right. Dr. Pavlovic, do you affirm that the testimony you provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Can you call? Let me pass out.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Please state your name for the record.
Carl Richard Pavlovic.
Dr. Pavlovic, you're the consultant for the consumer advocate, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been involved in this docket?
I believe I first became involved shortly after the commission set 2021-35, which I think was like early in 2020.
Let me help you.
I became involved in this at the point that the CA was participating in technical conferences with YB. And I participated in some of those technical conferences. Then I participated in writing the testimony that was provided. And I also collaborated with Mr. Broche, whose testimony I have since adopted. So I think early in 2021 is the right, or 2020 is the right.
Just to help refresh your recollection, you signed the protective order in January 2021. Does that help you in terms of when you first started working on?
Well, that's probably when I first started working on this, more or less.
2.5 years.
Yes,
Sound about right?
that's right.
And at that time, when you first started working on it, was Michael Brosh still involved as a consultant for the consumer advocate?
Yes, he was.
And Mr. Brosh actually retired at the end of December of 2022. Is that right?
I think that's correct.
And so you were working with Mr. Brosh for all of 21 and all of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, would you agree with Mr. Brosh and Mr. Starkey that Young Brothers managers should be encouraged to maximize revenues using regulated assets to the extent the services they pursue do not impede the utility's ability to provide high-quality, low-cost regulated services?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. But now you submitted your own testimony in this docket, is that correct?
That's correct.
So in addition to adopting Mr. Brosh's testimony after his retirement, you submitted your own testimony. correct?
That's correct.
And all of your testimony was focused on the issue of cost causation.
Yes.
And nowhere in the 16 pages of your testimony did you analyze whether revenue crediting meets any of the criteria for cost causation that you discuss in utility cost of service studies. Is that right?
It's correct. I did not address that. Yes.
And the reason you didn't discuss revenue crediting in your testimony is that revenue crediting does not meet any of the criteria that the cost of service model must adhere to in terms of cost causation principles. Isn't that right?
Are you referring to something in my testimony?
Yeah, I'm referring to
Can you cite me to my testimony where I said that?
I didn't say that you said that. I'm
Oh,
asking,
okay.
is that the reason you did not discuss revenue crediting in your testimony? Because revenue crediting does not meet any of the criteria for a cost of service model that must adhere to cost causation principles.
No, that's not my position.
Well-
I didn't, in my testimony, I didn't address cost, revenue crediting because Mr. Brosh was addressing revenue crediting in his testimony.
You cite to the NARUC, National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, Electric Utility Cost Allocation Manual dated January 1992. You remember that?
Yes,
Yeah, and if you want to take a look at, I put your testimony in front of you. Do you have that in front of you?
yes.
And is that the testimony you gave?
Chair, can I ask that, just for the record, we clarify whether we're talking about T2 or CAT2 or T1? I'm just having trouble following, since this witness has adopted both of those. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is your own testimony, T2.
Yes.
Right.
I did.
Yeah, and does the NARUC Electricity Cost Allocation Manual anywhere ever mention revenue crediting as an appropriate cost of service model?
No, it does not. And the reason that it does not is because revenue crediting is a method of, well, revenue crediting means many different things. But when the CA talks about revenue crediting, when I talk about revenue crediting for the CA, it means total company development of a revenue requirement. The NARUC cost allocation model, the electric cost allocation model, assumes that a revenue requirement has been developed and then allocates the common costs in that revenue requirement to various services that the utility provides, that an electric utility provides.
The NARUC Electric Utility Cost Allocation Manual, as I recall, discusses the various types of methods of cost of service allocations. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And
it is always applied. Those methods are applied to a previously determined revenue requirement.
But doesn't the cost allocation manual discuss embedded cost studies as a means to determine a revenue requirement?
No,
It's a
does not.
cost of service study.
no, it
that's-
does not. Because
But-
cost of service studies do not determine a revenue requirement.
It certainly could. Isn't that right?
Well, you could try, as YB has tried with their rate design cost of service model.
But a cost of service study would determine allocations between jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional costs. Is
A
that right?
revenue, normal, usual regulatory theory and practice says step one is you determine a revenue requirement for the utility. Step two is you then allocate portions of that revenue requirement to the services that the utility provides.
Let me just ask this then. You cite to the NARUC gas distribution rate design manual in your testimony, isn't that right? You want to look
I
at page
presume-
9, on the footnotes and on page 9 of your
Yeah.
testimony?
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yes, I did.
Right, and I assume by citing to it, you recognize that the NARUC gas rate design manual is reliable and authoritative.
For the purposes of allocating a previously determined revenue requirement, yes.
Yeah, and nowhere in the NARUC gas rate design manual is revenue crediting ever discussed. Isn't that true?
No, because revenue crediting is an approach to determining a revenue requirement to be then allocated.
Revenue crediting is not an embedded cost of service study.
It's
True.
not. It can be the basis for an embedded cost of service study.
Marginal cost studies are recognized by NARUC in the electric utility cost allocation manual. Isn't that right?
Yeah, the allocation, the NARUC electric allocation manual, which is a compendium of allocation methodologies that are applied to different costs that an electric utility incurs. Again, there is nothing in the NARUC manual, either the NARUC manual or the gas manual, about developing a revenue requirement. It is just assumed that the revenue requirement has been developed in terms of the utility's chart of accounts, and then a cost study, the kinds of cost studies that are described, consisting of the methods of cost study, of cost allocation that are described in the NARUC manuals. They take the revenue requirement, which has been developed in terms of the functionalization that is in their chart of accounts, and determines proper approaches to allocating those particular each of those particularly functionalized costs. That's what they do.
Well, let me just ask this. Well, I don't know if you answered my question. Are marginal cost studies recognized by NARUC in the electric utility cost allocation manual?
The cost allocation manual discusses things that can be done on the basis of marginal cost studies.
And revenue crediting is not a marginal cost study, isn't it?
No, it is not.
Okay. Now, one of the things you discuss in your direct testimony, T2, is the third step in embedded cost of service studies. Page 11, if you want to take a look at that. On page 11, you describe the cost causation step, correct?
Well, I described the step that involves selecting an appropriate allocation method to be applied to particular functionalized costs.
Okay, and then on pages 10, 11, 12, you discuss at length electricity, gas utilities, water utilities. You see that?
That's my recollection.
And
I can, yes, that's correct.
right, and Young Brothers business is nothing like the gas, electricity, or water utilities. Isn't that right?
It incurs certain costs for different functions that are incurred in the process of providing a regulated utility-like service to the public.
Well,
They are all the same in that respect.
well, let me refer you to page 10, line 15. You see where the sentence begins as regards? So
Yes, I
let me
do.
just let me just read this section. This is page 10, line 15. As regards to the classification of electric, gas, and water utility costs, it is known and empirically demonstrable that each of the functionalized costs are caused to be incurred by commodity volume, peak demand, or customer connections. You see that?
Yes,
And that's certainly true of electricity, gas, and water utilities.
yes,
Electricity and gas, their costs are driven largely by fuel costs, isn't that right? Well, let me ask it this
No,
way.
no,
Let me ask
no.
it this way.
Okay, that's,
For each additional kilowatt hour of electricity supplied by an electric utility, there's an incremental increase in cost that goes along with that. Isn't that right?
yeah, and in running the generators.
Sure. And a big part of that cost, that incremental cost, is the cost of fuel.
And that is true.
And the same would hold true for a gas utility. Any additional therms of gas that is supplied to the system, driven largely by fuel costs. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Young Brothers doesn't operate that way. Isn't that right? Fuel costs, in terms of Young Brothers delivering the next container, the next automobile, fuel cost is a minor part of the overall cost. Isn't that right?
Yeah, fuel cost is a very small part of the Young Brothers operation.
And you agree that Young Brothers' operating costs are largely fixed.
Yes, I do.
And that's something Mr. Brosh stated in his testimony, and you certainly adopted that.
And I do. It's fit there, but, and actually I believe that in Mr. Brosh's testimony, I said they are fixed and common.
Would you agree that fixed costs cannot be adjusted to track changes in levels of demand and changes in cargo volumes do not cause Young Brothers' costs to be adjusted?
No, that's the definition of a fixed cost.
Sure.
That the changes in volume don't, if they have an effect on it, it is close to zero.
Right. So even for Young Brothers cargo volumes, when they go up and down, total operating costs don't change to any significant level. Is that right?
As the volume of the demand for their services rises and falls, that's correct.
Costs stay relatively the same.
Costs stay relatively the same.
Now, embedded cost studies recognize that in the third step of allocations, if your business is based on fixed costs, as Young Brothers is, there is a way to do those allocations that's recognized. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And that's based upon relative use. Isn't
That's
that correct?
correct.
And Young Brothers YB BIP does exactly that. It allocates costs based upon relative use data. Isn't that right?
And YB BIP is a very complex model that consists of a great many direct assignments and allocations of costs to reach the final point in reports 10101, 11104, 11105, 11106, and 11107 to allocate costs based on relative usage. That is correct.
Revenue crediting alone would provide the commission no information on what costs are being incurred on Young Brothers' regulated side of the business versus its unregulated side of the business. Isn't that right?
That's right. Revenue crediting assumes that that's a distinction that isn't important. That the distinction between regulated and unregulated is not important.
Revenue crediting is completely void of cost causation principles in regulatory rate making.
No, that's not true. Revenue crediting first builds a revenue requirement based on the functionalized costs of the operation. And those costs are very definitely caused by, are cost caused.
But it
I'm
doesn't,
sure that YB will tell you that every one of their costs that they incur is caused by something.
I don't think there's a dispute about that
All
last
right.
statement. What I'm trying to find out is, does revenue crediting alone tell us anything about what costs are being incurred by the regulated side of the business and the unregulated side of the business? Not in total, just separately.
No, it doesn't. Revenue crediting assumes that that's from the standpoint of the regulator, that's an irrelevant distinction.
In order to know whether revenue crediting is resulting in the regulated business subsidizing the unregulated, we need to compare the results of revenue crediting against the cost allocation results from YB BIP. Isn't that right?
I'm sorry, is that something that I said? Are you quoting from my?
I'm not
testimony?
quoting, I'm just asking.
All right, well, then I'd ask you to give me that. It would be even better if you could break that question down because it strikes me as rather compound.
Does revenue crediting determine whether the regulated side of the business is subsidizing the unregulated side of the business?
No,
So in order to know whether the regulated side of the business is subsidizing the unregulated side of the business, if you use revenue crediting, you need to have a cost of service study to determine that. Isn't that right?
that's correct. Yes.
And the only cost of service study right now is YB BIP.
And YB BIP does that. YB BIP, it assumes that the various allocation metrics can be divided between regulated and unregulated activities. And so that is a simple schema. It's very complicated how it does that, but that's a simple schema. It uses the fact that you can identify that YB currently does in fact identify for every shipment, the volume, the bill of lading, and the piece count.
Can you get Michael Brosh's testimony out? You have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And this is CAT1 from docket number 2020-0135. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you would turn to page 73 of Mr. Brosh's testimony, the paragraph beginning at line 12. And let me just read it for the record, and I'm going to ask you if you agree with that. Even though not accurate enough for revenue requirement purposes, YB BIP cost allocations could still be used in future rate cases to provide some assurance that regulated operations are not significantly or unreasonably subsidizing the company's unregulated competitive offerings by showing, for example, that connecting carrier revenues at negotiated market prices exceed YB BIP estimates of allocated costs to serve in those markets. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
So Is it your opinion that YB BIP is accurate enough for rate design as a check against cross subsidization?
Yes, that's correct. That's
Okay.
my opinion.
Now, Mr. Brosh says that he's concerned with unreasonable and significant subsidies from the regulated to the unregulated. You see that?
Yes.
Is there a cross subsidy from regulated to unregulated that, in your opinion, is reasonable?
No.
Okay, so any cross subsidy, in your opinion, from regulated to unregulated would be unreasonable. Is that fair?
It would be unreasonable. Although the question of the reasonableness of a subsidy depends upon what regulatory policies it offends or promotes. So, I mean, just knowing there's a subsidy doesn't tell you whether it's reasonable or unreasonable from a regulated perspective.
Well, Mr. Brosh also talks about significant cross subsidies. He uses that term. You see that?
That's right.
And is there an insignificant cross subsidy, in your opinion, from regulated to unregulated?
Oh, you're asking, I thought you were asking me more generally about, you're asking me in terms of the regulated versus unregulated activities of YB.
Right.
No, there is no reasonable subsidy occurring between the two sides of the business. There's no subsidy that could reasonably exist
So if,
going in either direction from the unregulated services to the regulated services, or from the regulated services to the unregulated services.
in a cost of service model, you do not want to see any subsidies going either way, regulated to unregulated or unregulated to regulated. Is that right?
No, there should not be any subsidies.
Right. But isn't that what revenue crediting does? It takes Young Brothers' interstate unregulated revenue and credits it against all of the costs.
No, it takes the unregulated costs and the unregulated revenue and adds them to the regulated revenue and the regulated costs. That's what revenue crediting does.
Right. And if
That's what total company
and
revenue requirement determination does with regard to YB.
if the outcome of revenue crediting exceeds the allocated embedded cost from YB BIP in terms of the costs attributed to the unregulated side of the business, wouldn't that be an indication that there is a subsidy happening between the interstate subsidizing the intrastate?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that question?
Let me try it this way. With revenue crediting, it's agnostic as to what costs are actually being incurred by Young Brothers on the unregulated side of the business. Isn't that right?
Revenue crediting consists, in this case, considers that at the point of developing a revenue credit to be irrelevant.
And doesn't revenue crediting take all of the profits from the unregulated side and give it to and use it to reduce the revenue requirement on the intrastate regulated side?
No, revenue crediting, total company calculates a revenue requirement based on all the revenue. Well, what it really does is it calculates a return requirement using all of the costs regulated and unregulated. And in this case, they're fixed in common, so they're the same costs. And taking and attributing all the revenue to determining an appropriate revenue component to the revenue requirement.
Right. So if you look at revenue crediting alone, without a cost of service model, and you look at revenue crediting, you do the calculation to determine a revenue requirement using revenue crediting. You can't.
Let's just be clear. What we're talking about here is using a total company approach to developing a revenue requirement.
That's correct.
Okay.
It takes all of the company's revenue, irrespective of whether it's regulated or unregulated. It takes all of the costs, irrespective of whether it's regulated or unregulated. Isn't
That's
that right?
correct.
And so when the end result, you cannot determine whether there's a subsidy going from interstate to let me start that again. When you do the revenue crediting analysis without a cost of service model, you cannot determine whether the unregulated side of the business is subsidizing the regulated or whether the regulated is subsidizing the unregulated, right?
You can use a cost model to develop estimates of the range of possible subsidy in either direction. And I mean, that's in fact what a lot of people do. In fact, in a standard rate proceeding, that's one of the prime questions that's asked is, using the allocation methods that are proposed to apply to the revenue requirement, are they nonetheless producing subsidies, inter-rate class subsidies they're always, if one class is subsidizing another or that class is subsidizing the other. I mean, that's what cost allocation models are used for. That's one of the things. But they develop estimates of whether a subsidy exists. And then the regulator determines whether any subsidies that do exist promote a legitimate regulatory policy that's applicable in that jurisdiction. And those are the steps.
Right. And so
in a rate proceeding.
in under revenue crediting, rate of return is calculated the same way as the total company model. All of Young Brothers' assets are included in rate base.
That's
Is
correct.
that correct? There's no attempt to segregate out regulated assets versus unregulated assets.
Yeah, and in fact, in YB's case, there is no way of separating the assets into regulated and non-regulated. They're all the same assets that are used to provide these services.
Right, and the only way to allocate is by relative use, isn't that right?
There's a relative usage is one way to allocate, yes.
So under revenue crediting, Young Brothers is going to be given a single cost of capital and a single return on rate base. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
And so that would effectively cap Young Brothers' rate of return on its unregulated business at the allowable rate of return. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Is there any other Hawaii water carrier of property that would be subject to the same cap on profits as Young Brothers if the commission were to adopt revenue crediting?
Are you asking that question of regulated water carriers in the Hawaii jurisdiction? Is that the question?
I'm asking for any water carrier in Hawaii, regulated or unregulated. Is anyone else out there that's going to be subject to a cap on their profits at the allowable rate of return?
No, because if you're not a regulated company, you don't have a cap on your profits. Well, you don't have your cap. You don't have a cap on the percentage return.
Why don't you turn to Mr. Brosh's testimony? You have that page 29. And let me refer you to the sentence that begins at line 24 of page 29. Let me just read it for the record. As long as the commission is not attempting to regulate the terms, conditions, and pricing of YB's unregulated services provided pursuant to contract, there would appear to be no limitation upon how the commission considers and treats those unregulated transactions in determining just and reasonable regulations, rates, and charges under local freight tariff 5A. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And Mr. Brosh is not a lawyer, is that correct?
He's not.
And you're not a lawyer either.
That's correct.
In fact, your PhD is in philosophy. Thought that was pretty
Yeah, it's
interesting.
youthful indiscretion.
Are you an existentialist or a nihilist? None of the above. Never
No,
mind.
I'm a constructivist.
Okay. Have you seen any legal citation to support Mr. Brosh's statement? At any time?
Okay. I can think of a number of regulatory situations in which that is true, in which unregulated transactions are regulated with regard to terms and conditions, but not pricing. And I can think of a number of circumstances under which nonetheless the terms, conditions, and whatever price is negotiated in the market play a role in the determination of a just and reasonable rate for regulated services.
In your opinion, Dr. Pavlovic, does a cap on Young Brothers' unregulated profits affect the terms and conditions under which Young Brothers operates in competitive markets?
No, and I think that I may need to clear something up here. The fact that under revenue crediting, all the costs and all the revenues are taken into consideration. That doesn't, well, I guess it functionally does. Yeah, that's what revenue crediting says is that you're a utility and you are providing services, but you're not allowed to use the assets and expenses that you provide non-regulated utilities allow you to earn whatever rate of return you possibly can. I don't know of any jurisdiction in which that is the case. I don't know of any, I know of no jurisdiction, I know of no regulatory situation where you are taking the regulated assets and the regulated expenses that are fixed and common and saying to the utility, well, whatever use you can make of those common assets and expenses to earn whatever you want. I don't know anywhere that that's what that happens, because the The basic regulatory assumption is that if you're a utility, you're only being allowed to earn a reasonable rate of return on all your activities. You know, and if you want to be in the business of providing connecting carrier carriage, you want to be in the business of providing harbor assist tug service, if you want to be in the business of offering charter services and earn whatever you can get, then you set yourself up in that business. You get the assets necessary to be in that business, and then you provide it. But you do not do that with regulated assets and expenses.
But you're not suggesting that Young Brothers should separate their business between regulated and unregulated to have completely separate assets and employees for the two operations, are you?
No, I'm just suggesting that if what they want to do is to earn unlimited return on offering those services, then that's what they need to do. Otherwise, they're using regulated assets and regulated expenses. And you read a quote to me at the very beginning. They're in the business of using those to try to reduce the cost of the services that they provide. That's what they're trying. That's what they should be doing. From a regulator standpoint, that's what they should be doing. You know, whether they earn a standalone acceptable return on that activity is really irrelevant. And it only becomes a problem if it turns out that the revenues are based on an estimate like you get in YBBIP of rate of return, but you can measure this in various ways, but let's take rate of return. Use those estimates of the allocated costs, and you don't allocate the revenues because you know what the revenues are according to your books, if you're keeping your books correctly, and to determine an estimate of a return. And if that return is the negative, if YBBIP says that return is negative for the connecting carrier business or the tug assist business or the charter business, then that's the point at which it turns out the regulated use of the assets and expenses is subsidizing that business. And at that point, there's no reason for YB to pursue that business. If they're not covering, based on estimates of what the revenues are and estimates of the allocation of the costs, if the return is negative, then they should not be in that business, because that means that the regulated side of the business is subsidizing the non-regulated side.
And in all of the model runs you've seen through YBBIP, is there any indication that the regulated side is subsidizing the unregulated?
No, I think there's a really small possibility of that, because they're competing, to the extent that they are competing, against firms that have to do a standalone operation. And so they are enjoying the cost savings that come from having the larger volume. And the only way the firm that they were competing at that can get those savings and to consider them into their pricing is they'd have to become regulated too. They'd have to be going after part of the regulated market.
One of the things Mike Brosh suggests in his testimony is a hybrid of revenue crediting and a cost of service model. Do you remember that?
Can you refer me to what part of the testimony are you referring to?
Take a look at page 31 from Michael Brosh's testimony.
Page 31. Yes, I am there.
Do you want to take a minute to read through that page?
I read it.
Right, so what Mr. Brosh is proposing is an alternative to revenue crediting and an alternative to YB BIP. It's sort of this hybrid, partial revenue crediting, partial cost of service model.
Yes, at this point, what the testimony was saying and what our thinking was that perhaps there is a reason to look differently at the connecting carrier business. Now, this is just saying you should, yeah, it's hybrid. You're not going to revenue credit all of the different unregulated services. Yeah,
So
that's what
what,
it says.
right, so what the consumer advocate, Mr. Brosh, yourself, are advocating for in this docket is revenue crediting, but if not revenue crediting, there's partial revenue crediting, right?
No, it's total. That is, YB has 4 lines of business. It has its public tariff business. It has its connecting carrier business. It has its harbor tug assist business, and it has its charter charter business. And what the CA and what I and Mr. Broche are recommending now is that all 4 of those businesses be treated on a total company basis.
Right, but what Mr. Brosh says on page 31 is an alternative. If revenue crediting is not adopted by the commission, then the commission should adopt a partial revenue crediting where only harbor tug assist revenues and charter revenues are revenue credited. Isn't that right?
What he was saying and what I was saying is that perhaps there's a basis to take the connecting carrier business and treat it as I mean, today I cannot remember why we thought that would be inappropriate, but that's what it's saying, that you can take some part of the business and you can treat it as unregulated and unrelated to the regulated operations and treat it that way. But what I'm saying to you now is I know of no reason why that should be the case, because every one of these services is being provided with regulated assets and regulated expenses incurred in the operation of those assets.
Mr. Ono, doing a quick type check here. How much more do you have for?
I would guess an hour.
Okay. So why don't we take a break right here for lunch? And we'll come back at 1 o'clock. And then you will continue your questionings of.
Yeah, I'm willing to plow through. Just to let you know.
Well, if it was gonna be like 10 minutes or something, yeah, I'll plow through, but then, why don't we do that? And we'll come back, okay?
Thank you.
Right,
Yes.
so recess for an hour, come back at 1 o'clock, everyone. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Come out of recess. Dr. Pavlovic, you are still on the stand. I'll let you get settled down, and then I'll have technology, right? They just kept getting, they're supposed to get smaller, they kept getting bigger. All right, Mr. Ono, you want to proceed?
Ready to proceed.
Continue?
Dr. Pavlovic, just before the break, we were talking about this, and I'm the one calling it a hybrid version where you would revenue credit just the tug assist and charter revenues. But then you would do an allocation using YB BIP, right?
Yeah, under that.
Yeah, and before the break, you said that you couldn't remember why it was that you spun off the interstate CCA revenues. Remember saying that?
Yeah, and I don't remember, I just don't remember what the thinking was and just treating just those two.
Well, did it have to do with the fact that the interstate cargo is in interstate commerce and it would invoke the federal constitution and federal laws?
Now, at that point, Mr. Broche and I had come to the conclusion that, and you can see it, I believe, in the testimony, that we didn't think that the interstate, intrastate distinction was relevant because there was nobody rate regulating the interstate commerce, waterborne commerce.
Right, and by state statute, interstate cargo is unregulated, isn't that right?
That's my understanding, but I am not testifying as a lawyer.
Right, okay. And if the commission were to order this hybrid version, what it would entail would be for Young Brothers to use YB BIP to do an allocation, a jurisdictional allocation between unregulated and regulated, and then revenue credit out the charter and tug assist revenue. Isn't that right?
I believe at that time that was our thinking, that as I said earlier this morning, actually this revenue crediting phrase is unfortunate because it actually is used to refer to a large number of different mechanisms. The one that we're talking about, yeah, I don't know how this will fit in, but total company is what we were proposing then, and that's what we're proposing now. So, you're right. I mean, there would have been, even then, there would have been a certain amount of inconsistency between proposing total company revenue requirement, and we probably would have, and I'm just speculating at this point, thought of in terms of revenue crediting, nonetheless crediting the unregulated revenues to the regulated account. There are various mechanisms for doing that, but I think that answers your question.
But at least the one you and Mr. Brosh were contemplating on page 31 would involve using YB BIP to do a jurisdictional cost allocation between regulated and unregulated first. Then off of the regulated side of the business, you would then credit the charter and harbor tug revenues, right? To come to a revenue requirement.
I think the example that we gave in CAT1 was to, in fact, if you're going to do this, to add nonetheless add the unregulated costs, the unleaded revenues in, and then you would allocate costs. I mean, obviously, you're not allocating revenues because revenues are just, according to your accounts, where they came from. You would then allocate these fixed and common costs between the public tariff and the shipments that are the connecting carrier.
I'm not sure I'm following you, Dr. Pavlovic, and
Maybe I didn't follow your question then.
so I'm talking about what Mr. Brosh is describing on page 31,
Yeah,
where he says, and he starts off the question, in the event the commission determines that services provided to connecting carriers that involve interstate commerce should not be included in the revenue crediting, you recommend should Young Brothers charter and harbor tug operations still be revenue credited as you recommend in describing consumer advocate adjustments 6 and 7 below? And he says yes. And that's what I'm talking about.
yes,
Or-
I'm saying they would still be included, but they would not be included in the form of a total company revenue requirement.
Right, you wouldn't do it in a total company. You would have to do the jurisdictional
You-
split
that-
first.
You're right. You would have to do well, I wouldn't call it a jurisdictional split. I would just call it an allocation between two different businesses.
I stand corrected. An allocation between the unregulated side of the business and the regulated side,
That
correct?
is the common carriage between the islands business.
But before you can even revenue credit, if you're going to revenue credit just harbor tug assist and charters, you have to back out those costs associated with harbor tug assist and charters before you do the revenue crediting.
Yeah, and you would have to break them out somehow, but then the results would nonetheless go into the revenue requirement that you were doing for the total business. But you're right, yes. You
Yes.
would be, in essence, you would be taking what was already a developed revenue requirement, and you would be identifying certain functional costs and certain assets. And then you would allocate those between the public tariff and the connecting carrier business. Yep, that's what you would do.
And that's exactly what YB BIP does, isn't it right? It allocates costs to the particular service, harbor tug assist and charters, for example.
That's correct. And as I've said, and as we said in the, in CAT1, that process is accurate enough, produces estimates that are accurate enough for rate design purposes.
Would revenue crediting expose public tariff customers to the risk of declines in connecting carrier charter and harbor tug assist revenues?
It would, just as right now, no matter how imperfect YB BIP is, the costs are being spread between, just, if we can we just set the tug assist and the charter to the side for these purposes?
That's fine.
All right. Under revenue crediting, every savings that is produced by by the by the connecting carrier business. In not every savings, but on a unit cost basis, inures to the benefit of the public tariff. If the CCA volume increases, there will be more savings to the public tariff business. If the CCA volume drops, then costs will be shifted to the public tariff business. So there's a balancing of risk involved here. And the question is, how do you balance, what's the proper balance between the risk to increase costs because of declining unregulated business and the converse risk of not participating in the savings that are produced by increasing unregulated business? That's my answer.
So let me see if I understand that correctly. When unregulated revenues are declining, wouldn't it be true that revenue crediting would pose a greater risk to regulated customers than YB-BIP would?
It would only take, under revenue recording, it would be taking away a savings that the public tariff is experiencing. If it fell, if the revenues on the unregulated side fell below compensatory levels, however you choose to measure compensatory, then you're also reducing that savings. The revenues, if the revenues that they're contributing decline for whatever reason, either because somebody is a hard bargainer for that, the Matson or Pesha are hard bargainers. Yeah, that will, under the existing circumstances, that will take away a savings that the public tariff customers are experiencing because of the unregulated use of those assets and expenses.
So just so we're clear, when unregulated volume, when unregulated revenue is declining, isn't it true that the risk to the regulated business would be of a reduced magnitude using YB-BIP compared to revenue crediting?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that that's true.
Why
I
don't
can't
you-
agree to that.
Why don't we take a look at page 48 of Mr. Brosh's direct testimony? You on page 48?
I'm at 49. Excuse me. 48.
Okay. And Mr. Brosh at line 4 asks this question of himself. Would revenue crediting expose public tariff customers to the risk of declines in connecting carrier, charter, and harbor tug assist revenues? Answer, yes. Although similar risks in reduced magnitude already exist from the shifting of allocated costs that would occur if declining freight volumes in these competitive business operations change the revenue tonnage, freight bill, or piece count allocation factors used within YB-BIP. You see that?
Yes.
So what he's saying, if I may interpret what Mike Brosh is saying, when there is declining connecting carrier, charter, and harbor tug assist revenues, the risk is in reduced magnitude if you use YB-BIP compared to revenue crediting.
Yeah, I think that the answer there is actually the answer that I just gave. The answer is yes. And then Mr. Brosh and I went on to say that that risk is similar to the risk that comes from changing volumes between the public tariff and the CCA and to a much lesser extent, although under YB-BIP suggests that your that the harbor tug assist business and the charter business produce pretty high rate of return is the best way to put it, but it is small. I mean, you know, it's real pretty. Sometimes it's like 28% return, but it's not, in the grand scheme of things, a whole lot of money. But the point is that this is just saying revenue crediting does not protect the public tariff customers from declining volumes or declining revenues in the unregulated. The only thing that will protect them from that is for either unregulated revenues to increase or unregulated volumes to increase.
Let me see if you agree with this statement, and I'm going to read from, I don't have an extra copy. These are Young Brothers' responses to CA IR3C.
I believe we have a copy here.
Sorry.
CAIR3C.
Okay.
Sorry, is there a filing we?
This is in docket 2020-135, June 17, 2021. Oh, I'm sorry, filed on June 3rd, 2021. Well, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Scott. These are Young Brothers IRs to the CA. That's why I confused you. I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah, my phone.
Yeah, there's one behind you, Scott.
All right, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I misspoke, Dr. Pavlovic. These are the consumer advocates' responses to Young Brothers IRs. So this is Young Brothers IR.
Okay, we found it. This is, I'm looking at YBCAIR3, the CA's response.
Right. And so want to direct your attention to the response on page 10, YBCAIR3C. You see that?
Yeah, let me take a look at the question first.
And can you read the question? Because I don't
Yeah.
have a copy for it.
Sure. The question is, does Mr. Grosch believe that YB's products sold to non-tariff customers bear the same financial, market, and other risks as its regulated products? Please explain your answer.
And then could you just read for the record what the response is?
Mr. Broch has not conducted any analysis or formed any opinion regarding whether YB's products sold to non-tariff customers bear the same financial, market, and other risks as its regulated products. However, Mr. Broch at CAT 1, page 48, notes that revenue crediting would expose public tariff customers to the risk of declines in connecting carrier, charter, and harbor tug assist revenues, where similar risks in reduced magnitude already exist from shifting allocated costs, which would occur if declining freight volumes in these competitive business operations charge the revenue tonnage, freight bills, or piece count allocation factors used within YP-BIP.
Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I agree that no analyses or opinions were formed on that question. I mean, this is virtually the answer that's on page 48. That we were just discussing. Already exists from shifting allocate costs, which would occur if declining freight volumes in these competitors would change the revenue time. Yes, I agree with that.
That's all I have. No further questions. Thank you.
Commission Counsel?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Pavlik, can you describe what you view as the ideal relationship between your proposed revenue crediting, total company, whatever we want to call it, approach for determining the revenue requirement and the YB-BIP model? What is the ideal interaction between those two things?
The ideal interaction.
If they were both
Oh.
to coexist, what in your mind should that look like?
The revenue crediting, which is total company, the revenue requirement should be determined on the basis of the total company approach. Okay, which takes into account all revenues, all costs, all assets, capital and operating expenses. Then YB-BIP can be used for rate design purposes, and it can also be used by the commission to check the compensatory level of both what is now the regulated public tariff rates and the revenues that are the YB-BIP gets from its unregulated operations.
Are there any adjustments to the proposed YB-BIP model that the consumer advocate would recommend or require that would alleviate its concerns about this model? Are there adjustments that could be made to it to make it acceptable, or is it just simply not as it is?
Do you mean make it acceptable for revenue requirement
Yes.
purposes? No, there are none.
Not, okay. I asked this similar question to Dr. Ankam earlier, but can you please identify the differences between the total company approach that was used by YB prior to pre-Marsoft, prior to the adoption of that model, and what you're proposing here?
To the extent that I was able to examine the earlier total company revenue requirement or revenue crediting in the record, or what was able to get from the record, it's my opinion that there's no difference in terms of a conceptual approach to developing a revenue requirement.
Thank you. I just had one more question. It'll switch gears a little bit from what we've been talking about, but I noted in the stipulated partial settlement agreement, also in the CA summary of outstanding issues, the CA notes that YB's barges do not appear to be capacity constrained and that YB is not leaving cargo on the dock. And I was just wondering what information, we had an extensive discussion of that earlier today with YB's witness. So what information is the consumer advocate relying on in making those statements?
In answering questions here, can I talk about conversations that were held in the IO meetings?
I'm sorry, Chair. I don't know if a brief recess might be in order. It sounds like this witness is asking for some legal advice, and it might be better to discuss that. Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay.
Is the reference you're looking for in response to the question I asked right before we went to the break? Okay, just checking.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm still trying to answer your question. Where is that reference to CA 50? Okay, it's gonna be. I apologize. This ought to be
It's okay, take your time.
at the tips of my. Yes. Okay. On page 105 of CAT 1, Mr. Broch and I discuss a YB response to an IR, CAIR 50. And if I can just summarize this, I don't have CA 50 in front of me. In responding to this question about, which was basically, what evidence does YB have that they're capacity constrained?
Well, it was what, what evidence are you relying on?
Yeah, I know
Make-
you want
yeah.
to know what evidence we're relying. Well, this is one of the evidences that we're relying on. There was a YB commissioned a study. I believe it was in 2019. It used 2018 data. It was done by Osenco, and it was a capacity utilization study. Osenco calculated a theoretical total capacity for YB's barges. And then in response to this question, the question in CAIR 50, they provided 2020 revenue tons and adjusted revenue tons data. And the numbers are, if you look at CAT 1, page 105 at the bottom, the theoretical total capacity calculated by Osenco was 18,615,816 revenue tons. So that's a total capacity in a year. That's how many revenue tons, which remember is a measure of volume, that their barge fleet as of 2019, I believe it hasn't changed, but I'm open to being corrected, could carry that much cargo over the period of a year. They then calculated, they presented that in, pretty sure it was 2020 data in that, although we don't say, that in using that as the theoretical capacity, the revenue tonnage that they actually carried over all sailings, all routes, was just 8,048,780 revenue tons. And that compute, if you divide the 8 million by the 18 million, you get a annual utilization percentage of 43.2%. That means that over the period of 2020, their barges carried unused capacity to the extent to basically 57% of the capacity was unused.
Okay.
Now,
Oh,
yeah.
go ahead.
So that's basically the evidence. The only thing that I would add is if you look at, this is what was behind attachment 6 of what is now YB Exhibit 1, which was the granular data. So just let me take a look at it. In the data, in the granular data proceeding, we were asking a more substantive question. Basically, we were asking, were there sailings that weren't carrying, that were leaving shipments of whatever kind on the dock because the barge was at capacity, whatever the theoretical capacity is, and we may not agree on the 18 million. And that's why we were asking about short shipped. We assumed that there wasn't any, and I believe this was borne out in discussions, it wasn't that there was stuff that wasn't being shipped and then it was never shipped. It was just being delayed. But if you wanted to know whether there were any sailings on any route where stuff was being left because more was offered than could be put on the barge, then you would have to do a study that looked at, among other things, why things were being short shipped. The other part of this puzzle is, although it doesn't tell you why stuff is being short shipped, YB starts out each sailings with a planned barge plan. This is discussed, I'm sorry, well, it's discussed in PUC YB, was it 126, 124, maybe it's 125. Anyway, they start out with a plan to load the barge. But that's not the plan that actually loads each barge. They end up with a barge plan that tells you exactly what was loaded on each barge. And they say that it would be difficult to make this data digitally available. But the fact of the matter is, that's where the data lies that could tell you whether there are any sailings that are over capacity or capacity constrained.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. The page 105, you just referred to that model, that study. Is it your understanding that the sort of maximum utilization revenue ton calculation there was based on an assumption of a theoretical barge sailing with 100% of the deck space taken up by containers that are stacked 5 high each? Like that, is that sort of how the maximum would be calculated?
Yeah, that's exactly how the maximum was calculated.
Okay.
It was just by taking each of the individual barges and figuring out how many containers you could stack on the barge. That's how
Okay.
you got the theoretical.
Okay, all right.
Excellent.
That's my only question. I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Yoss's question, is your position then just based on that particular study's assumption that everything was stacked to capacity with containers?
Yeah, the containers are just standing in for volume. Each of the containers has an assumed volume size. So again, that's right. I mean, the theoretical maximum is just being calculated by how many containers could be carried.
And it didn't take into account, let's say, vehicles or other type of.
My understanding that it didn't do that. Now, let me look beyond here for a minute. Yeah. That 43% capacity utilization was calculated assuming just the revenue tonnage for 2020. They then, to answer this question in CAIR 50, calculated, did the exact same percentage calculation, but they used adjusted revenue tons. That is, they adjusted cargo for the using YB's 4.5 and 1.5 for autos and other non-stackable.
But your assumption or conclusion that YB's sailings are not at capacity is based on this particular study's analysis of potential tonnage with the assumption that everything would be stacked with containers. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, that would be the volume.
The potential volume maximized, not taking into account
that's-
any type of other type of cargo.
Right, but I think if you, I don't want to belabor the point, but you could calculate the theoretical maximum using, I guess, an average mix, adjusting the non-stackable cargo by, if not those deck space adjustments, any other, then you would end up saying, this barge carried this much stackable and this much non-stackable, but we're going to count the stackable, the non-stackable as if it were stackable, because that's what basically the DSA assumes. It says that it would displace 4.5 containers or whatever. And then you could calculate the theoretical capacity that way as well. To my knowledge,
Did
we haven't
the
asked them
CA's
to do-
office calculate that?
Pardon?
Did the CA's office calculate that?
No, for that, we would need the barge space. To my mind, we would need the barge space plans. They would need to be accessible, digitally accessible. Because that's the only way to actually figure out either specifically what was carried on a particular sailing, or to calculate an average mix over the year.
Thank you.
Dr. Pavlik, I just have a couple of questions, more clarification. In regards to Commission Counsel's question to you about the ideal interaction. What I understood you to say, and let me try say it, as I'm hearing it. Basically both items, right? The revenue crediting and YB PIP, they can exist together, right? Basically, they do different things. But
That's
at the end of the day, you probably need both of them to get to whatever we're trying to get to.
Yeah, because a rate proceeding starts with a revenue requirement and it ends up with a design for the rates. YB BIP is what you need if you were going to design the rates. And also, this doesn't, depends upon where you consider this. Where you, the commissioners, decide. If in a rate proceeding, if you want to ask the question, is the unregulated business providing compensatory revenues?
Okay.
Or is it not providing compensatory revenues? However you choose to measure that, you can choose to measure that by effective actual rate of return, or there's some jurisdictions that use what they call as a rate cost factor. But that's
Okay.
those are the two uses, and they have to work together. You have to start with a revenue requirement, then you have to start with an accurate revenue requirement. That's where you begin, and then you carry on. It's my opinion that YB BIP may sort of accurately, if you take what YB BIP does is that it takes all of its costs this is simplified, but it takes all of YB's costs for a given period. It chops them up in various ways, all to the purpose of ultimately assigning a portion of those costs to each shipment type. Okay? To use that process to calculate a revenue requirement really doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, if you like pizza analogies, it's like saying, I'm going to measure the total amount in this pizza. And the way I'm going to do it is that I'm going to cut it up into a bunch of pieces. And then I'm going to measure the volume or the area of each of those pieces, and then I'm going to add them all up, as opposed to doing a relatively very simple calculation, pi r squared. What you do is measure the radius, and then you square the radius, and you multiply it by pi. It's just, it's cutting up the costs is relevant to rate design. It is not relevant to determining a revenue requirement. And when you have this very complex, that does allocations and direct assignments, and then truly, I will tell you that I have prepared a flow chart for YB BIP. It is very complex. It is very complicated. And there are a number of feedback loops to different databases that feed into it, but that's not necessary to determine what the revenue requirement is. That sort of thing is necessary if what you want to do is to base your rates primarily on have rates that are compensatory. So
Okay.
that's my answer.
My second question, thank you for the response. When we're just talking about in CA T1, page 105, and you mentioned, right, the 18,615,816 revenue tons. And then you mentioned, right, that the company responded, or at least in here it says the company responded that they're using 8,048,780 revenue tons. What year numbers were there? Did you say 2022?
2020.
2020.
They also, in response, well, I don't have it top of my head, and it's probably not relevant, but they proposed that they did that calculation for, I don't know, maybe the most recent, the June TTM 23 period. But in any event, or maybe I did that. There's a place in YB BIP that you can get the revenue tonnage for that period.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure what year. I mean,
but that was using a 2018 study of the theoretical capacity and the 2020 actual revenue tons.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. Mr. Boone, any redirect?
Chair, we'd ask for that same break period to, I think that YB was afforded for Mr. Starkey, and if I'd ask if we could come back in about 15 minutes, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Briefly, Dr. Pavlovic, you recall you had a little discussion there about things you might be able to do to the Asenko study to kind of make it more reflective of YB's operations.
Yes.
And if I can refer you to CAT 1 at 105 and 106.
I think somebody took them away. Should have just here. Okay. Yes.
And I guess the goal here is you're trying to get as close as you can an apples to apples comparison, right, to the theoretical capacity and what has actually happened operationally. Is that a way to look at this?
Yeah, when you're asking what evidence is there with regard to capacity utilization for.
And so
for
one
YB.
thing, sorry. And so one thing you could do is try and adjust the Asenko model. Couldn't you also try and adjust the revenue tons that are actually being recorded to get that closer to an apples to apples comparison between the two?
Yes.
And so
There-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Well, you know where the questioning is going. So the answer is yes.
And so on page 106 of T1, there's reference to an adjusted revenue tonnage.
Yes.
And so that is coming from a response from YB, correct?
That's correct.
And so you referenced that roughly 8 million revenue ton figure, correct?
Yes, that's on 105.
And so what's happening between, and that resulted in a 43.2% capacity.
That's correct.
So can you just explain what's going on? I see a 43.2% on page 105, and then I see a 55.7% adjusted revenue tonnage on page 106. Can you just explain what's going on there?
Okay, the 8 million approximately is revenue tons. That is, it's unadjusted. Okay. Then if you apply the deck space adjustment factors, as we've discussed extensively here, you get a higher number. I believe the number is actually in CA 50. It's about 10 million. That is the just bare revenue tons, unadjusted. When you adjust it, I think it raises to around 10 million, goes from 8 to 10. And that answers the question, well, what if it's really true that these, the things that are, what if it's really true that the unstackable cargo, which gets measured in revenue tons like everything else, is actually displacing other cargo? Well, the way to ask the question is, what would that displaced, how would you represent that displaced cargo? You would do it by adjusting the revenue tons by the deck space factors, because that's what they're doing. It's conceptually, it's a little more complicated if you're asking about moving costs around and stuff. But the deck space factors are for the non-stackable cargo, saying, let's pretend that it really displaces stuff, that it really takes 4.5 containers to move, row. And that gives you a better, the adjusted revenue tons in some ways gives you a better measure of or rather an apples to apples comparison of the theoretical capacity and the actual capacity.
So in forming your opinion that the company is not presently capacity constrained, rather than adjusting the Asenco model downward, is the answer from YB sufficient where they've provided that adjusted revenue tons?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
The Alsenko study that you're referring to, it took, I'm sorry, and it took an average of the revenue tons that YB actually shipped. Isn't that right?
No, I think it was the total tons, and I mean, it depends upon what you're talking about. It took the barge capacity, the barges that they had in 2018, and asked the question, how many containers could you stack on each of these barges? They then took that volume and multiplied it by the actual, I think it was still 2018 data. Well, that's what Asenco was doing. By assuming the actual 2018 sailing schedule, this barge that had this theoretical capacity for a single sailing, how many sailings did it make? And multiplied it by the number of sailings that it made in that year. So that number, that 18 million theoretical capacity, that's an annual number. If you knew the total number of sailings, you could divide it by that, and then you would have the total, then you would have an estimate of, you know, the average that was carried by all those sailings over that period.
Yeah, the Alsenko study did not attempt to determine what peak demand was for Young Brothers business.
It absolutely did not. That is correct.
And a reasonably prudent utility would want to plan for peak demand. Isn't that right?
That's correct. And that's why I was talking earlier about, well, then you would want to know, you know, if you analogize this to an electric system, which people have, which is the right place to look when if you're looking at peak demand. Okay. So you build an electric system to handle its annual peak demand. Well, it's more complicated than that, but that's one way of putting it. So the question would be, you know, there's one day in the year when electric demand is greater than any other day in the year. As an analogy, you would want to ask, well, is there a sailing where they are setting aside, or what's a peak day sailing? I mean, it's hard to conceptualize this, to figure out what is it that you would be measuring? What is the day, or what is the sailing that required, well, anyway, that you would say, okay, this is the amount of capacity we had to have to meet the total demand that we were given on this day and move it under our regular scaling. We would have to have this many barges, or this many barges of this size, or whatever. And I mean, just to answer the question, no, I mean, that would be worth looking at. That would be it, you know, that would be a question. How do you justify the investment that you have in barges, just as an electric utility? So, well, how do you justify the investment you're making in generators? And the answer is, well, this is what our peak demand, is. And we have to have a reserve margin. And so we take our peak demand, we either historical or projected a year ahead. We add to that our reserve requirement. And then we say, so that is why we need this much generation. That is why we have invested in this much generation. You can ask the same questions about YB. You know, what is, how do you justify the amount of barges? And of course, the number of sailings you make, unless all the barges are running every single day throughout the year. But these are legitimate questions.
Because everything you just said about an electric utility and peak demand would apply to Young Brothers.
Except problem is that the only thing that I would say is that if your peak demand, if you're an electric utility and your peak demand exceeds your peak capacity, then your system goes down. Right? So the similar question is, well, what happens if YB exceeds its demand for shipments, exceeds its capacity on any given day? The answer is, well, some of that volume sits on the dock until the next sailing. That's why we kept asking about, you know, what's short shipped and why, and is it short shipped and is there any long shipped? But yeah, I mean, if what you're trying to say is, well, there are things that we need to know, the answer is, yeah, we do need to know. And we don't know. We don't know how critical being able to, how critical peak capacity is for Young Brothers operation. And at this point, we don't have the data to measure what its peak demand is, to measure the peak, its invested capacity against.
Mr. Boone was asking you about Mr. Brosh's testimony on page. Well, let me ask this question before I move on. Did you read the Alsenko study, or are you relying on Mr. Brosh's testimony about the Alsenko study?
At the time that this was written in collaboration with Mr. Brosh, I looked at the study because I had an NDA in place and I could look at the study.
Okay. On page 105 of Mr. Brosh's testimony, Mr. Boone was asking you questions about this adjusted revenue tons. Remember that? And you responded that Young Brothers calculated this adjusted revenue tons by using the deck space adjustment and adjusting revenue tons up to account for these non-stackable.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact response, but I believe that the numbers were calculated using what the existent version of YB-BIP. And that's what YB-BIP does. It both calculates revenue tons and adjusted revenue tons. And so it's easy to look. It's easy to look at any version, you know, covering a different period. It will tell you what the total revenue tons were and what the adjusted revenue tons are if you know, based on whatever factors are entered into 16101, report 16101.
But the fact is that there are actually two adjustments that are made to get from that 8 million revenue tons figure to 18 million, not just the deck space adjustment, right?
In YB-BIP?
To get from the 8 million revenue tons that Mr. Brosh discusses on page 105, to get to that 18 million, the adjusted revenue tons, there are two adjustments made, the deck space adjustment factor and the consolidation factor. Isn't that right?
Chair, I'm going to object. I think that misstates the testimony. The adjusted revenue tons is not stated. There's no number figure provided. The 18 million is talking about the theoretical revenue tons that the Alsenko study developed. So I just want to be clear for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading that wrong. It wasn't 18. It's comparing the, let me start that again. Adjusted revenue tons.
Yes.
includes both the deck space adjustment factor and the consolidation factor. Isn't that right?
The consolidation factor measures how much you put in a container. But yeah, I mean, that the consolidation factors also go into well, at this point, I would want to call up my copy of YB BIP and check this. But yeah, I think it's probably the case that the consolidation factors go into or a figure in the calculation. But I think but I also want to say this. I think that they only figure subject to correction. The consolidation factors only impact the actual revenue tons that is measured in the model. Because what they're doing is that they're saying your average container that has individual pieces consolidated into it, normally those containers aren't filled to the brim. The stuff that is being shipped in those containers does not consume all of the volume that is in the container, and the consolidation adjustments they adjust for that mismatch. But I think it's only subject to check. I believe that it is only the case that when you go from revenue tons to adjusted revenue tons, particularly when you're talking about adjusting, allocating the voyage costs, that is just the 3 deck space adjustments.
Well, if you're going to the Alsenko study used as a theoretical maximum a 5-high stack of containers, only containers on the deck of the barges. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And so in order to make a apples to apples comparison, as Mr. Boone was asking you, when regulated customers come to Young Brothers with less than container load cargo, it can come in a fishing pole, a surfboard. None of that is in a container, right?
That's right.
And so what Young Brothers has to do is they then have to put those individual pieces into a 20-foot container.
Yeah, but
right?
yeah, that's correct. But they do something in between them coming in and sticking them in a container.
Right. They process
it. They measure them for revenue tons.
Right. And so they measure each individual.
They make an assessment of the volume that piece actually occupies, or the shipping volume that it would occupy.
Right. And that's how the customer is charged, by the size of the object that they bring in.
By the volume.
Right. But that's not how it gets stored on board the barge.
No, but the way that it gets, yes, no, that is supposed to be reflective of the way that it gets stored on the barge. That it gets placed on the barge.
An individual piece, you don't put an individual surfboard on the barge.
No, you put it in a container.
In a container.
And you put with a lot of other things, and then you charge all those individual pieces a portion of what would be the rate on that container. Yes.
Right. And when Young Brothers fills those containers with less than container load dry mix cargo, for example, as you said, they don't fill it to maximum capacity, right? Yes.
That's correct.
And the reason for that is customer service, correct?
I don't know. You'd have to ask why. I mean, yeah, I assume that the way they run their operation in a customer service friendly manner, that they do things to facilitate monetarily and otherwise their customers.
Sure, because when that container filled with less than container load cargo goes to the neighbor island. Young Brothers takes their lift, takes it off the barge, stages it to an area where the customers then come. The container is open and the customers remove their own items from the container.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
And so if these containers are filled to maximum capacity, it would be chaos over on the neighbor islands when people start pulling out their individual less than container load cargo from those containers, right?
Whatever the reason, yes. But what I'm saying is that whatever the reason for this, the consolidation factors, as opposed to the deck space factors, go into the calculation of revenue tons. That's all.
Right.
Yeah. So then, if you want to move from, again, this is YB BIP measured. YB BIP, if you want to go from revenue tons, which I believe are partially the consolidation factors, to adjusted revenue tons, you apply just the deck space adjustment factors, the 4.5 and the 1.5. to those shipments to which they apply. So you're grossing up the revenue tons measurement. Oh, excuse me. You're grossing up the measurement tons, the revenue tons measurement by the deck space factor. You're going to take this piece of and consolidation has nothing to do with the unstackables.
I understand that.
All right. So what you're doing is you're saying this row, this piece of row that I guess in some sense you could stick in a container, but in any event, this piece of roll on, roll off cargo is going to be treated as if its footprint is on a 20-ton container, a 20-foot container, and there are 5 of them there. So the adjusted revenue tons takes whatever the assessed revenue tons are of that row, and it says actually for allocation and cost purposes, we're going to pretend that it has 4.5 times the amount of volume that it actually does.
So you're telling me that your understanding of YB-BIP is that when it refers to adjusted revenue tons, it is only referring to the adjustment made by the deck space adjustment factor. Is that right?
Yes.
Why don't you take a look at CAT1, Michael Brosh's testimony, page 97. Beginning on line 4, the question is asked, are actual measured revenue tonnage values used without further adjustment within YB-BIP? Answer, no. The company's proposed COS model applies 2 types of adjustments to, quote, raw, close quote, revenue tonnage values. 1, consolidation adjustments, and 2, deck space adjustments.
Yes.
So when I asked you whether the YB-BIP applies 2 adjustments, the consolidation adjustment and the deck space adjustment, to arrive at adjusted revenue tons, your response was no, it was only the deck space. Does this
Yes,
correct your testimony?
No, it doesn't correct me. Well, just now, I misunderstood your question. That's certainly true.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, in YB does these raw tonnage adjustments, not a tonnage, they're measurements when they take in, shipments. some of which are get consolidated and some of which don't. YB-BIP calculates revenue tonnage, adjusting those raw tonnage first in terms of consolidation adjustments. So that if you look in YB-PIP and you see a line that says revenue tons, that's been adjusted by the consolidation factors. That's true. But when we talk about using adjusted revenue tons to do an allocation, in this case, currently in the current version of YB-BIP, which is just on voyage costs, you're talking about taking the revenue tonnages grossed up by the deck space adjustment factors.
And the consolidation factor.
No, that's already there. This is getting to be a semantic thing. Revenue tons in YB-BIP is raw tonnages already adjusted for the consolidation factors. That's my understanding. If you want to know what exactly the situation is, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be irritated, but if you want to know exactly how that works, then ask Mr. Starkey to come back to the stand.
I'm asking you, Dr. Pavlovich.
And I just
You're
told you,
criticizing.
I
I'm
just
asking you a
told
question.
you.
I'm
and
asking
I
a
just-
question.
And I
You let me
just,
finish the question?
all right.
You're testifying on YB-BIP. You're criticizing YB-BIP, aren't you? I'm just trying to get an understanding what you understand of the model.
My criticism of YB-BIP is that the deck space adjustments 4.5 and 1.5 haven't been shown to be necessary. That's my testimony.
Mr. Brosh has no objection, no problem with the consolidation adjustment. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with it either.
And the consolidation adjustment is a volume adjustment to account for the unused space in a container. Isn't
That's
that right?
correct. That's correct.
And that's no different than the deck space adjustment.
It is very much the difference.
If you let me finish
between-
my question.
I'm sorry,
sir.
yes.
It's the same as the deck space adjustment factor, which tries to adjust for this volume, unused volume above the unstackable cargo. Isn't that right?
Unused theoretical barge capacity volume, as opposed to what the consolidation factors do is that they adjust for unused volume inside a container. And those are two different things. And that's the only distinction that I'm drawing.
The 5-high container limit, that's a hard ceiling, isn't that right?
My understanding is that a barge that is stacked higher than 5 high is probably unstable.
So it's a hard ceiling.
I guess.
In fact, there are some 40-foot, well, how high is a typical 20, 40, 45-foot container? You know?
Well, no, I don't know the exact dimensions.
Well, it's 8.5 feet.
All right.
And you're aware that there are certain 40-foot containers that are actually 9.5 feet?
Yes, I
Right.
am.
And you can't stack those 5 high
Yes,
because they would exceed the 5 high limit.
yes.
So that 5 high, it's a hard ceiling for young brothers.
Okay, I assume that that's why Asenko took it as the maximum in order to calculate a theoretical maximum capacity.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ono. Any questions? All right. Seeing no other testimony, first of all, Dr. Pavlovic, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
are released. Let's take a 10-minute break. Next up is closing arguments, having seen that there's no more okay. Sorry. CA or Mr. Boone, Anything further, or do you rest?
No, Chair, thank you. Consumer advocate rests.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, or let's just try to come back about 2:45, between there, 2:45, 2:50. We'll go into closing arguments. Each party has 10 minutes for closing arguments, so prepare wisely. I don't know. All right. Back for recess. We'll proceed with closing arguments. The consumer advocate will have 10 minutes, followed by Young Brothers, who will also have 10 minutes. So, Mr. Boone?
Thank you, Chair. So I want to start by first looking at the deck space adjustment factors, because I think that really provides a vignette into the risks that the consumer advocate is concerned about. And when I talk about risk, I'm talking about risk to ratepayers. Both the things that are in common here, both Mr. Starkey and then Dr. Pavlovic have both stated that YB-BIP is complex. That's kind of a given. And so there was a question from Commission Counsel about which one of these approaches for revenue crediting, or excuse me, for determining the revenue requirement is more accurate. And I would ask the Commission to kind of reconsider or reframe that question and consider which one of these could place risks on ratepayers. And so let's just take a look at the deck space adjustment factors. Both parties agree this model is highly complex. It's been a work in progress through multiple years. I think Mr. Starkey has in his rebuttal testimony the facts and figures of the interrogatories that have been answered, the number of informal working group meetings to go through the model, and that's not in dispute. But despite all that, Mr. Starkey concedes he can't do a statistical analysis to show whether a cargo that is short shipped has been left behind because YB is capacity constrained. There's no evidence that YB can point to that they're capacity constrained, yet they're applying these deck space adjustment factors to their automobiles and their non-automobile roll-on, roll-off cargo without any evidence. And what that does is it's shifting cost from unregulated businesses onto ratepayers, and that's who ultimately suffers under this approach. In contrast, if you look at the revenue requirement, there's no risk of that shifting of costs onto ratepayers just because of the way it's set up. So I just want to highlight that. And I said there's no evidence that they're capacity constrained. The only evidence that we have is their own Asenco report that develops a theoretical yearly revenue tons that they can ship, and they're nowhere close to meeting that theoretical max. Even when they adjust their numbers up, they're hovering right around 60%. So again, I think the way the commission should look at that is, and you saw the dollar amount, and that dollar amount is subject to check in. I think it's YB response to the PUC's IR 127, where it shows a $400,000 amount when you adjust all the deck space factors to one. The way that should be conceptualized is those are costs that are not supported by any data in the record, and it's shifting costs from regulated customers onto unregulated customers. In contrast, I think both parties would agree that revenue crediting, unlike YB-BIP, both parties agree YB-BIP is complex. Unlike YB-BIP, both parties, I think, would agree that revenue crediting is a simpler approach. I would anticipate that YB might argue that because of its simplicity, there's margins for error there or something like that. But I guess what I would say to that is there's a term in engineering where the best part sometimes is no part. And that's what's happening here, because when you add that complexity, and as you can see with the deck space adjustment factors, it adds a risk of margin for error, assumptions to be made, and at the end of the day, what that does is it redounds down to your ratepayers. So again, in closing, I think the commission should find that the YB as a movement hasn't met their burden with respect to establishing deck space adjustment factors, and also should find that YB-BIP is not appropriate for determining revenue requirements purposes in future rate cases. And then in contrast to that, Having denied the use of the model for revenue requirement purposes, we would urge the commission to look at revenue crediting or a total company approach to determine that revenue requirement in future rate cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
Thank you, Chair.
Brothers?
Sorry to deprive you of Mr. Owens' closing. I know you're looking forward to that. Let me start actually by thanking the Consumer Advocate's Office and their consultants, Mr. Brosh and Dr. Pavlovic. The Consumer Advocate has played an instrumental role in YB-BIP. It was actually Mr. Brosh's recommendation filed as part of his testimony in Docket 2017-0363 to, quote, rebuild the COS model from the ground up using methods that can be integrated with YB's current accounting system. And that's exactly what Young Brothers did. Young Brothers, through its consultant, QSI, built YB-BIP, a new cost of service model from the ground up. And together, YB and the Consumer Advocate have spent countless hours over the past 4 years poring over a YB-BIP, revising, refining the cost of service model to the point where it is today. Young Brothers and the Consumer Advocate collaborated and have agreed to over 70 material modifications. And with the exception of the debt-based adjustment factor, have settled all allocations in YB-BIP for all purposes except for the revenue requirement. That means that the Consumer Advocate has agreed, and I think we've heard Dr. Pavlovic say this today, that YB-BIP is accurate for rate design and as a check against cross-subsidization of interstate operations by intrastate operations. I think in the midst of an adversarial hearing like this, it's easy to forget that, but I think it's an important point that we should remember. The Consumer Advocate has agreed that YB-BIP, again, with the exception of the debt-based adjustment, is a reasonably accurate cost service model. Good enough for all of these purposes. Well, everything except for the revenue requirement. Now, with respect to the revenue requirement, the Consumer Advocate proposes revenue crediting as an alternative to YB-BIP. On the issue of revenue crediting, Young Brothers has shown by a preponderance of the evidence that the Consumer Advocate's alternative is not reasonable and not in the public interest. First, under revenue crediting, the Commission would aggregate all of YB's revenues and costs together, effectively treating all activities, both regulated and unregulated, as falling under its regulatory authority. This would be an impermissible intrusion in Young Brothers' unregulated lines of business that are statutorily exempt from Commission jurisdiction. Under HRS Chapters 269 and 271G, YB's tug assist, charters, and interstate operations are clearly outside the scope of Commission jurisdiction. Yet revenue crediting would impose rate of return regulation on Young Brothers' unregulated business. Dr. Pavlovic admitted that today. Under revenue crediting, all profits that YB earns from its unregulated activities over its approved rate of return would be appropriated by the regulated side of the business in the next rate case. In other words, revenue crediting would effectively cap the unregulated business's profit margin at the allowable rate of return. And this raises not only fundamental questions of its constitutionality, but questions of fairness, anti-competition, as it sets a rule for Young Brothers that applies to no other tug and barge operation or other unregulated water carrier in Hawaii, such as Matson. Revenue crediting is also unreasonable and against public interest because it puts regulated customers at a greater risk than YB-BIP when interstate volumes are falling. That's another thing, again, that Dr. Pavlovic admitted to today during the hearing. Interstate service is competitive. Matson could expand its own inter-island tug and barge operation, or a new competitor could enter the market. Any number of factors could cause a sudden decrease in interstate cargo. Lastly, the Consumer Advocate's revenue crediting proposal is not based on cost causation information and tells the Commission nothing of actual costs being incurred on the regulated and unregulated sides of business. I think that's not disputed. Both witnesses have talked to that. The Commission would be left uninformed about such vital issues such as the profitability of cargo types or sailings and all other information essential in setting just and reasonable rates. Such cost causation information is critical to a cost of service model. And as Dr. Pavlovic noted in his direct testimony filed at CAT2, Docket 2020-0135, Dr. Pavlovic states,
I want to emphasize that in public utility regulatory rate making, the sole purpose of utility embedded cost of service studies is to establish the cost responsibility of the utility services and products on the basis of cost causation. Dr. Pavlovic further states that if the allocated costs do not accurately reflect cost responsibility, rates based directly on those costs will either under or over recover. That is to say, there will potentially be discriminatory cross subsidies among and between the utility services or products. Again, I think it's not disputed that revenue crediting is not based on a cost of service study. And as a result, the consumer advocate has admitted that you need YB BIP to set rates and to be used as a check against cross subsidies. That theme has come up repeatedly today. The consumer advocate has admitted that you need YB BIP to set rates and to serve as a check against cross subsidies. So why then does the consumer advocate propose revenue crediting to begin with? Their principal reason for adopting revenue crediting over YB BIP is simplicity. They argue that YB BIP is, quote, too complex. Revenue crediting is simple and should be used instead. But will it actually simplify rate cases? The answer is no, it will not. As I just noted and as admitted by the consumer advocate today, revenue crediting alone won't tell us anything about the actual costs incurred by YB's regulated and unregulated businesses. With revenue crediting, a COS model like YB BIP must still be used as a check against cross-subsidization and for rate design. In other words, YB BIP, which again, the consumer advocate has refined and agreed to for this very purpose, has to be maintained and run every rate case, even with revenue crediting. The two go hand in hand, if you accept revenue crediting. So it begs the question, if YB BIP is accurate enough to set rates for rate design or to serve as a check against cross-subsidization, why isn't it good enough for revenue requirement? There is no legal or regulatory authority to support this position, and I don't believe the consumer advocate has cited any in their briefs. If YB BIP can be used to set rates and serve as a check against cross-subsidization, it should also be used for the revenue requirement. Finally, with just my last couple of minutes, I want to see if I can frame the deck-space adjustment factor in a simple way that the commission can think about. There really is, YB BIP seeks to fully allocate these voyage costs, certain fixed voyage costs with every sailing. There's only really two logical ways to do it. And I think we're in agreement as to what one of them is volume. Volume, three-dimensional space, including the vertical space taken up by deck load cargo. My understanding of the consumer advocate's argument is that the deck space adjustment factor is inappropriate because the record does not show that cargo is being left behind. And they rely on a 2018 study that provides certain estimates based on theoretical max capacity. But the truth remains, as demonstrated today by Mr. Starkey, there is evidence in the record provided through the granular cost data process filed with the commission, I believe in 2020, May 2020 or thereabouts, that cargo is being left behind. To assume otherwise would be inaccurate, and that's demonstrated by the record. Again, already part of the provided to the commission and to the CA's office. If you decide not to use the deck space adjustment factor and ignore the three-dimensional nature of volumes, the only other logical way is by post-consolidated piece count. But again, I'm not saying, and I don't think the consumer advocate is going that way, but to be conceptually consistent, if you're going to use volumes, you should use the deck space adjustment factor. And you shouldn't use a deck space adjustment factor of 1 and assume for allocation purposes that Young Brothers is only loading 1 level of containers on its barge, because that would also be completely inaccurate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Just going over some post-hearing items. We will be issuing a post-hearing order, which will then provide you with the scheduling on, right, if there's any other briefs that we will request or thereabouts. We'll also provide you basically a schedule for the rest, right? here on out, as we get to a decision. I believe there is already provided to all of you, a link, to today's proceedings, right? The videotape, so you could start looking at that if you wish. In the post-hearing order, we'll also provide you the name of the court reporter that's going to be doing the transcription so that you can get in touch with them should you request your own copy of the transcript. Fine. Other than that, I don't believe there are any other outstanding matters, parties, anything. Sure.
None, Chair. Thanks.
All right, if none, thank you everyone for your participation. This went pretty smoothly. And beyond that, thank you again. We stand adjourned.